everybody. Today is June 27th, and we do a quick read. Director Johnson, Flashman, Fell, Santa, Grawatch, and we have Director Perry online. Yes, Margaret. Margaret, I hope you're doing well. Recovery's going well. As I understand, Director Justek is going to join us a bit late. She's coming off a flight, and Director Dodd has some car issues. She'll be here in 15, 20 minutes. I believe we have quorum with that in mind. Having established quorum, let's move to Board of Directors meeting of June 27th, 2024. Call to order. I have a few quick comments that I'd like to go through, and then we'll get on the agenda. Just a few things I wanted to share with the board and our members. One, the shadow opening went really well. We were there for the opening ceremony, and thank you for all the board members who were there. The pool was crowded, and it is my understanding that even after the opening, on a couple of occasions after the opening, there were lines of people waiting to get in. So that's a good sign. That's a huge sign. Really fantastic. The point of that is that the pools are open. As we have said a couple of times before to our members, get your pool passes. They're included as part of your dues. They're free. Go to the pools and use them. I had an opportunity to drive by a couple pools several times this past week. The ones that I drove by, Lake Thoreau, and I saw Shadowwood, I am happy to report that the noise that I heard was from the kids. Absolutely fantastic. Full of kids. That's a good sign. So kudos to staff and everybody for making this possible, and the board, of course. This past Saturday, I was at the farmer's market with our CEO, Matt Cummins. I know that some board members usually go. Our past president has been there many times. I encourage you guys to think about going there at least a few minutes. It's a good event. In addition to getting some good organic food and so on, just talking to people, it just opens your eyes. I've been there a few times myself. Yes?
The people online say they can't hear you. You're going in and out, so can you pull the mic closer?
Absolutely. So, farmers market, good activity, please attend. We had a gathering of the former presidents. It was a good event. It's always good to hear the former president's perspective and what sort of things they went through. So I enjoyed that very, very much. The last thing I want to say is, as some of you know, if not most, I'm an avid soccer player. I love soccer, and I want to do a plug-in for the U.S. men's national team. They're playing, they're 34 minutes into their first half against Panama in Copa America. So let's give them a good hip hip hooray. With that, we're ready to move on. We have, I believe, approval of the agenda that we have tonight. Need a motion for that. Here, second. Any? Yes, Director Johnson.
I just heard motion.
Oh, okay. Thank you. There was a second here. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Director Perry. You can hear me?
I can't say aye because you guys, the sound is not very good tonight. It keeps very, very in and out, and I can't hear anything except for when you're right on your mic.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Does this help if I get this really close to my face? Can you hear me?
Yeah, for some reason when you're talking like that, I can hear you perfectly, but otherwise, like I have no idea who made the motion, who seconded it. I mean, really,
Sure.
bad,
Yep.
so I made.
Let me, I believe Director Santa made a motion, Director Johnson seconded that, and I'm going through the votes. So all those in favor of the agenda for tonight say aye.
Aye.
And I see 2, 3, seems to be unanimous. Thank you very much, Margaret. Yep. You want to swap this? Great. Margaret, is this better?
No.
That's worse.
Not at the second, but again, Kurt, can you nod your head? Are you having trouble hearing, or is it just me?
Try again. Try again.
I know
How
Kurt
about-
can't unmute, but
How about now?
now is perfectly fine.
Okay, good. We turned the volume up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so we have unanimous, we're unanimous on the budget. Next item on the agenda, we have member comments. Brittany, I believe you said we have two.
Yes, we do. We have Bruce Wright, who's online this evening. I'm going to unmute you. Bruce, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and your address for the record. You'll have 3
Thank you.
minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Bruce Wright. I live at 1669 Bandit Loop, Unit 407A, and that's here in Reston. So, good evening. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Lake Ann sidewalk projects that you'll hear about and possibly discuss later tonight. It's on page 60 of the board packet. I've lived here in Reston since 1979, frequent visitor to Lake Ann, and am surprised that that existing dirt path wasn't replaced with a sidewalk before now. I mean, it was unfortunate that it wasn't included in the original plans, but it's even more unfortunate that it's taken over 60 years or nearly 60 years to get to this point in having a possible project. I hope the Lake Ann Condo Association supports the project. It will enhance the entrance to Lake Ann. The dirt path is an eyesore, and it's very inconvenient for people accessing Lake Ann, especially those with strollers and wheelchairs. During market days, many people use that dirt path. You'll see a steady stream of people. And if it's a wet day, it's going to be messy. They'll be in the street conflicting with vehicles that are exiting and entering. And there's constant traffic there on the weekends. And especially people coming from the Crescent Apartments, they're close enough to walk. And so many of them will walk down the dirt path on the side of the hill there. They'll cross North Shore Drive, and they'll walk either along that side path or in the road. And when I rode there today to take a picture, a gentleman was walking in the road down that entryway, and then he crossed over to go to the market that's on the other side of the road. And you could make an argument that a sidewalk is needed on that other side. So finally, I hope the final design is sufficiently wide to handle the volume of people who end up using that entrance, especially during market day. So at least 6 to 8 feet. And I understand that part of this is on the Lake Ann Condo Association property, but I hope, and there are some utilities there. I mean, there is lots of room there. Obviously, it would impact some of the trees. But putting a sidewalk in is desperately needed there. And I appreciate you all having it as a project, and thanks for the opportunity to speak out about it.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Director Farrell?
Mr. President, it's my understanding that Mr. Wright was the member who made the suggestion for the last 2 years during our member budget process. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Next, we have Karen Anton.
Just as a final note, I have a meeting at 7, so I'll be leaving this and won't be able to be here.
Thank you very much for attending. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Karen Anton, 11714 Dry River Court. If I can go off topic for just a second and thank President Lepar and CEO Cummins for the past president's dinner Tuesday night. It was, I think, very productive and fun, and I think a good time was had by all. So thank you for that. I'm here tonight to talk about the repurposed Hunter's Woods ball field. It needs a name. And I'm sure many others, are growing weary of having to refer to it constantly as the repurposed Hunter's Woods ball field. when we email and discuss it, about it and discuss it. It's a mouthful. I spoke with Chris Shoemaker, and he tells me that in the county records, the area is just generically labeled Hunters Woods Recreational Area. But internally in RA, it's been known as the Hunters Woods Ball Field for many years, possibly to not confuse it with Hunters Woods Park. So I don't think this is a renaming. I think it's a naming, and I don't know what that means in terms of process. If it's a simpler process, I would think so, but I don't know. Anyway, I have a couple of suggestions for names. One is Hunters Woods Meadow. Indeed, part of the area is now a meadow with wildflowers, etc. Another possibility, Hunters Woods Glade, because glade being an open area surrounded by woods certainly describes part of the area. That's also evocative of Glade Drive, a main roadway through the neighborhood. So I don't know what the process will be for choosing the name, but I hope you will consider those two suggestions. I don't need to go on and on about the merits of this repurposed ball field. People feel safer. They're not afraid to walk anymore on the trails in the area. The Fellowship House folks walk and do their Tai Chi, and if you build it, they will come, and they are. So I wanted you all to know that in preparation for my being here tonight, I reached out to my contact at the Reston District Police Station because I wanted to know if there were any figures available on levels of criminal activity since the ball field has been repurposed. And she referred that query to the crime analysis unit at the station, and one of the analysts responded earlier today saying he could find no incidents relating to the ball field between 2022, which basically is when the last vestiges of the ball field were removed, and the project getting underway, and the present. No incidents between 2022 and today. Good for that. The timing of the naming, I have been bugging Chris Shoemaker for some time about scheduling a formal dedication, and perhaps to get me off his back, he has recently told me that there is a meeting scheduled for a couple of weeks hence where hopefully a date will be set for that. So wouldn't it be nice to have a name by that time? Finally, I want to publicly thank Chris and his team for doing an outstanding job managing the repurposing of the Hunters Woods
Ms. Anton,
ball
your
field.
3 minutes are up, so you please close it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I will wrap it up. I just want to say, you know, it's a positive impact on the surrounding community, one that we should all be proud of and celebrate. And all we need is a name.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Thank you. Brittany, do we have any other member comments?
That's it for this evening. Who signed up?
Okay. Thank you. Moving on, I believe Director Farrell, you might have a motion on, and then Director Grywatch? The consent, Kevin.
Consent?
Yeah.
Okay, so, Mr. President, I'm going to object to the consent agenda only as so far as it relates to, I'm sorry, thank you.
Yep.
Secretary Santa. I'm going to object to the consent calendar only so far as it relates to the Lake Ann of Reston Association matter coming to us from the legal committee. I'd like that matter discussed in executive session. And other than that, Mr. President, I have no objection to any of the remaining balance of the consent agenda.
Director Fleischman.
I'd like to,
Can we, yeah, thank you. And, yeah, get it closer, so just to make sure.
I'd like to make a similar request with regard to the Charter Oaks matter, and that it be discussed in executive session.
Second on the motions.
Somebody needs to move the consent agenda.
I need a
We were
motion
just making
to,
objections.
yeah.
Move to adopt the consent calendar other than the two objections that have been stated regarding Larka and Charter Oaks Apartments.
Here, a second.
Second.
Margaret, I hope you can hear me. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, Jennifer. Aye. Thank you. Director Jashek is with us now. Please drive carefully. I see you're in the car. Margaret, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Did you vote? Thank you. Yes, okay, good. Director Garbage, did you have?
Director Dodd's here too.
Yes, Director Dodd is joined us as well. Great. So everybody's here.
We might need to
Director Dodd, did you hear the last motion? Do we want?
I did, and I would vote in favor of it as well.
Thank you very much. So recorded. Okay, good. With that out of the way, I believe we are ready for CEO update. Mr. Cummins, all yours.
Thank you, President Part. Not a whole lot for you this evening, but there's two items I want to draw your attention to. Coming up at your July 11th meeting, you're going to be having what I now know to be a very robust discussion about member suggestions. So we are going to be sending you an email tomorrow. So you look for an email from Ed with some instructions and some help. So we have over 200 member suggestions at this point in time, and we don't close until Monday, the 1st. So in an attempt to help you organize that conversation, you all may recall that there were some suggestions to do some of the, it's not really voting, but prioritizing that you've done in years past so that a table can be created, which will hopefully help identify going into the meeting what your highest priority items are going to look like. Effectively, there will be three categories: green, yellow, red, which is what the board did in years past. And then we will tabulate those results. So the way the process flow will work, Ed will send all this out with instructions tomorrow. If you can all fill all that out before next Friday, and then we will tabulate it all and send it back to you so you can see all the results of your own thoughts on the Monday before the meeting. So you'll have a couple of days to digest that. And then the other thing, I just wanted to throw a shout out to Kara O'Donnell. You may all recall that we did a big push to talk about how to get more participation, particularly in this portion of the budget setting process. We think this is at least double, but maybe as much as triple the biggest count of member suggestions we've ever gotten. So that's both a blessing and a curse. You're all going to have a lot to go through on the 11th, and we'll do our best to help you organize that. The only other item I've got is you're going to start to see a marketing push. So we're coming up on our 60th anniversary pool party. So we have had this in our recreation guide for some time, but on July 20th, we're having a very big pool party up at Lake Newport Pool. It's free for members. It will look somewhat similar to some of the grand opening pools, but maybe a little bit bigger than that. And there'll be also some memory wall kinds of things so we can start to look back on all the really cool stuff for Reston. So we'll get you all invites as board, but please spread the word and you'll start to see a marketing push from Kara.
Thank you. Director Farrell.
On the budget items, you said there were 200 member comments, okay? There are also board comments. Are you expecting to have them in one document?
It will come on separate tabs, so you can easily see what the board suggestions are as compared to member suggestions.
The only reason I asked that question in particular is that I, over the last 48 hours, visited 14 of our 15 pools, and that generated 6 or 8 other budget suggestions. And I'll need to put them together tomorrow. And I also there's one more pool I need to go visit. So my expectation is that you'll have my budget suggestions by COB. I just want to give you a heads up so you're not surprised by that, unless I get hit by a truck, in which case it'll be Monday. But,
Well, we don't want that.
Came close this afternoon.
Yeah. Director Santa.
Are you going to consolidate duplicative suggestions, so we're not reading 200 line items? And I only say this because we had a PrAC meeting yesterday, and there were several that were all similar, that were related to playgrounds. So is your plan to consolidate some of this? Because I would hope you do some of that homework for us as opposed to us.
As the CFO.
I mean, as of now, we had not planned to do that. I mean, they're categorized, so you kind of have all the pool ones together and tennis ones together, but, I don't know that they're exactly the same. I know what you're saying, that there are some that are quite similar, but we were going to show them all to you.
Could we, Mr. President,
Please.
could we ask that if they're similar or close,
Tag 'em.
could they at least be grouped next to each other so that we're not raising the same issue on page 6 as on page 19?
Yes.
Good, thank you. So I think Ed and Mac and Peter, just make it easy for us to understand and follow. That's all it is. Thank you. Let's see. Any other questions for our CEO? Director Juszczyk, I see your hand raised.
Without objection, I would like to ask the staff to move the member by 2024 board suggested calendar. So hearing no objections.
Director Juszczyk, your audio is scrambled. I think it might be a little bit of a bad connection. Can you repeat again? Let's give it another try.
Can we move the member rights resolution and fee schedule out of the July agenda planning?
I'm not sure if you need a motion for that, because we haven't set a draft agenda for you to think about yet.
Right. I'm just trying to help you, Mac.
Yeah.
This is not a motion, but without objection from anyone on the
Yeah,
board,
without
you
objection.
have that guidance.
Yep. Great.
Yep,
Thank you.
thank you. Yes, Director Santa.
Jennifer, you also noted in your email that the reserve study sometimes goes 2 hours long, so do you want to have that pulled out as well from the July meeting?
I was just pointing that out. If someone would like to make a suggestion, we have a special meeting for the reserve study. I'm certainly open to the idea. If not, it might be a long July, second meeting of July meeting.
If you could let us just report back at the July 11th meeting as to the status of the reserve study, I think that would be most helpful for the group.
Director Juszczyk, did you hear Peter's comment?
Yes, that's fine with me.
Okay,
Just was
great.
noting it.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you. All right, any other questions?
Yes.
Director Dodd.
I just wanted to
Welcome
briefly
back. Yes,
apologize
please.
for
Oh,
my
no
late
worries.
arrival today. My car is in the shop, and that took some transportation arrangements among me and my husband,
Thank
so
you.
apologies.
No problem. Glad to have you here. Okay, I hear no other questions, no other hands raised. I believe we're ready for the next one, which is volunteer interviews, and my understanding is that we've got 15 volunteer interviews, Mr. Lusk? Or is it 20?
I believe it's 15 less than 15.
Thank you. Somewhere between 0 and none, right? Thank you. Director Santa.
So you have in your board packet a pretty comprehensive listing of everything that has been done. It is my understanding, and I first have to give thanks to Brittany, our Assistant Secretary, because she is the heart and soul of this, so thank you very much. Your last update was in January. We went through and we scrutinized and we asked staff to give updates on all sorts of things. We reviewed 15 motions that have been made. 11 of them have been completed. 4 are outstanding. I have labeled them for you in very general terms. You can go to the Excel sheet to deep further. You can ask me. But the discussion item that I want to have with you today is that some of these seem like very long-term projects. Like, for example, number 1 on discussion item is DEI training policy and individual meetings. This is a 2021 resolution that still seems outstanding. I know that we are all undergoing DEI virtual web training, but apparently the board voted back then that we need policy and we need individual meetings. Next, it is Tony's job to review the resolutions, and it's very tasking, so once I wrap up my comments, you can jump in, Tony, if you want. But I feel like with this one, we either should assign some type of percentage progress, so we keep this moving along. And then finally, item 3 that seems to be also in progress from December is the development of a straw man policy for common area request. That one didn't have an update from staff, so if staff wants to jump in and provide an update, I think the board would appreciate it. And I'm happy to take any comments.
Thank you. Any questions, comments for Director Santa? Okay, thank you very much for that report. Did you raise your hand?
No, I didn't know if Tony had something.
Commenting on
Council, yes.
the review of the resolutions, it's ongoing.
Okay.
It will be ongoing. There's one of me and one of Irwin and a lot to do and a lot of emergencies that occur at Reston Association that pull me off topic. So
Frankly, I'm shocked. But thank you. Yeah. Great. I believe.
Can we have an idea? Sorry, Joel. Can we
No,
have
go ahead.
an idea? Like, are you 20% of the way through, 50% of the way through, 80%? Like some estimate?
originally, it was a 2-scale idea. The first being to clean it up, get the typos done, get the outdated law done. And I would say we're probably about 50 to 75% with that one. And then it was to go back and try to, phase 2, which was to make sure that they all work together, incorporating any good new ideas, and that is a resounding 0.0%. Additionally, we've changed several resolutions, incorporated several new resolutions, revoked, as of tonight, at least one resolution. So maybe negative 1% on that part.
Thank you.
And then the only one that I want for all of us to have status update on, because the Excel sheet doesn't have any comments from staff, is number 3, development of straw man of policy for common area requests, because that didn't have anything on the Excel sheet. So I don't know where that stands, Mac or Pete. Or if it's the first time you're hearing about it, and now it's time to get it done.
Yeah, we can update. We had this conversation at the board. That should have some updates in it, so we can do that.
Izzy, did I understand the first one correctly, that we have made progress in this area virtually, and maybe a need to just update the wording here so that we could potentially mark it complete?
The motion was the board needs DEI training. The motion also said that there needs to be one-on-one individual meetings with board members on DEI. And the motion also said that we need to have a discussion on DEI policy. Whoever was here in 2021 who has recollection of the discussion, jump in, but that is what the discussion was. An open meeting board discussion of the implications of DEI for RA policy. That's one hasn't been done. And number 2, an open meeting, and then the second one is a short open meeting board discussion on DEI at the individual level to be conducted after completion of the proposed board collaborative communication training. So we're in process of doing one, but policy and individual meetings, from my perspective, I don't see a work back time plan from folks.
Director Johnson?
Is that still applicable as it was done for a prior board, prior members?
I believe they would be, yeah. That is my
So is it
understanding.
repeatable? They're asking for a repeatable process. I guess we're trying to get in the heads of people 3 years ago, but.
Bob Petrine was there and he abstained. Bob, do you have any recollection?
Yes. There was a discussion around DEI training.
Which we do.
And President D'Souza at that point wanted to push it down to an individual level. And the reason I abstained is I think it's totally inappropriate.
But
That's,
it passed.
but it passed.
The motion passed. And, Mr. President, I'm sorry, were you done?
Nope, go ahead.
Director Farrell, please.
My memory of this, and it was something that slipped through the cracks during my term, was that there was supposed to be the development of a program by the president and general counsel for implementation with individual board members. Yeah. And that was something that the board president was supposed to work on?
So
Help me out with that.
Yeah, so here's my recollection of bridging the gap, because I was not here when the motion you were talking about. When I did get here, there was discussion at BGC originally about how to look at DEI training. Was the video training sufficient or not? And the board had a discussion and made a motion and adopted it that the following year, which was last year, year one, that the board president and the CEO would be responsible for putting together DEI training for the board as a whole. That has not yet happened. President Parr and I have talked about it for this year going forward, but there was really no guidance beyond that. So the only piece I'm not sure on, Director Santa, would be the one-on-one piece or how that would work, but it's on our work plan to talk about on how to implement that concept.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Do we really need a DEI program when I'm going through compliance training and we do touch on DEI on the videos that we're supposed to be doing as board members?
The idea of this motion.
Trying again to raise my hand for the third time.
I'm sorry, Margaret. I see you now. Thank you. You can, Director Farrell, if you don't mind.
Please.
Go ahead, Director Perry.
Thank you. So there are a number of things. When this motion was made, was also right before I joined the board, but there was a lot of discussion about it. A lot of conversations happened around that time. And the board president at the time felt that the DEI training that was currently provided was insufficient. And that is why this motion was made. There were, I believe, a lot of discussion of, well, what will make it better? It was supposed to be a conversation between the board president and the CEO. You may feel that the DEI training that we have is enough. I have completed the DEI training for this year. I think if it's something, I think it needs to be a robust conversation, and it doesn't necessarily, we can have individual conversations, but there were people who are not white who felt that perhaps the DEI training could be enhanced. And therefore, I think it's a conversation that has to be had other than just let's ignore it and move on.
So let me just offer a couple of thoughts and share with you what we have done. As our CEO mentioned, we have had conversation about this issue, about what to do. As the incoming president, that's on our work plan in terms of understanding what needs to be done and so on. I believe I've heard enough about the background and what this topic is about. At this point, I would suggest that let us work on the work plan that we're trying to put together and bring it back to the board at a later time, and we'll have a discussion on what makes sense. The other thing that I would like to do, and Mac and I have kind of talked about this a little bit, has been, let's look at some other programs. Let's see what other programs look like on the DEI, what organizations have done, and we don't have to recreate anything, and maybe just lessons learned and so on. So with that in mind, I suggest that we let us think about this and bring this back to the board and just, yes. Director Jashczak, you see your hand up.
I would motion to rescind the motion we're discussing and ask that our board president and CEO bring us back an alternative plan no later than December 2024.
Sorry.
Requires a 2/3 vote.
So first requires a second. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, I believe, as Director Farrell mentioned, we need a two-thirds vote, correct?
2/3 because it wasn't noted.
Yes, that's right. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I count Director Johnson, Director Dodd.
Can we have some discussion before?
Sure, let's have
I'm
some
sorry, can we have
discussion.
some discussion before we go straight to a vote? At the time that that motion first was made, feelings ran high, and the board, as it was constituted at that time, seemed to feel that there was an issue with DEI and anything associated with it. And I would hope that, at the time, I have to say, the plan did not seem terribly workable to me, but the motion did pass. It was a motion brought by a person of color who felt that the attention to this issue was insufficient across the board. And so I guess I wanted to take a moment to respect the feelings and sentiments that were behind the motion at the time. I do think that all of us agree here that we must be very mindful of diversity issues, inclusion issues, and that we must reflect that in everything that we do as a board. So I guess I don't want this vote to look like it is a cavalier decision, because we do recognize the importance of DEI. At the same time, I find that the plan for individual discussions and the plan for the board president and CEO to make a plan without involving others who are usually involved in employee education or volunteer education, as I suppose we are, is not perhaps the best plan. So I guess I just wanted to have a chance to discuss and recognize the importance of the issue before we rush to a vote.
Director Farrell.
My memory of this conversation back when this motion passed, and it could be fragile or erroneous, was that there was a recognition that the materials that we were using were focused more on an employee-employer relationship and not on an elected official board relationship to the members in general, and as well as to the members, to the employees. And so that was part of the conversation, is my memory, and I'm seeing Director Flashman nodding up and down. I think that's his memory too. So the point was that the training that we all took was okay, but it was really focused on employer-employee relationships, and that in order to have a practice that was more in keeping with the founding principles of Reston, that the board needed supplemental training in order to effectively bring forward the principles that were part of our founding. And because of that, I'll be voting against the motion.
Director.
Yes.
Director Johnson.
I'd simply argue that the issues that this board has run deeper and more broadly than DEI issues. And focusing on DEI issues at the moment, I think deflects from and ignores some of our larger issues. And if we're going to do this, this should be part of a much larger program to figure out how this board can work together with more collegiality and respect. I don't think a simple DEI program is warranted.
Yep. Thank you. Director.
Can I speak to the motion and why I made it?
Director Jack, let me get to Director Perry. I believe she had her hand up, if you don't mind. I'll come to you next. Director Perry?
I won't be long. I appreciate everyone's thoughts and input, and I, of course, have my own opinions on this. However, I am quite comfortable with it coming back to us, as has been suggested, because it's already in a working plan. I don't feel the need for any motions. I won't be voting for any motions. Let this move forward. It's already in people's laps. We micromanage so much around here, and it would be lovely to just, it's on someone's workload, we'll get it back, great. I am not in a position to recognize completely what other people who may be feeling that they are not inclusive in our community, in our space. I do think we need to have conversations. And if the answer comes back that what we have works, great. And if the answer comes back from Jalal and Mac, hey, let's try this or ramp this, perfect. But it's on the books, it's moving forward. Let's just see where it takes us.
Thank you, Director Juszczyk.
Okay, so the reason that I proposed the motion is because this this came from BGC and then it was edited a little bit by the board before it was approved. It is a very prescriptive way for us to address DEI, and that board is come and gone, and we have a resolution that says that our CEO and our board president, and I would imagine that they would probably welcome anyone else that wants to participate, would come up with a way for us to address DEI every year. And so I don't want to hold them to a full day workshop and a open meeting board discussion and the web-based training, and because it seems like they're already on their way to creating a plan that they think is applicable for us in this year. And I would like to hear what that plan is instead of making them fit this resolution to cover our DEI training. So that's the reason I'm making it, not to get rid of it, not to make it any less important to us, but simply to give them the room to plan something that they believe is meaningful to the board without a prescriptive method to do it.
Okay, I think thank you. I think we've heard enough from everybody and we're ready to vote at this point. All in.
Jennifer, would you mind repeating the motion just so that we can have it before the vote? Thank you.
Sure. A motion to rescind the motion that we've been discussing and to direct our CEO and board president to bring back a alternative plan no later than December 2024.
That is the motion on the table, and we're ready to vote at this time. Those in favor of the motion say aye. We have Director Johnson, Director Dodd, Director Santa, Director Grywatch, and Director Juszczyk. And those against, we have Director Flashman, Director Farrell, Director Perry is against, so we have, yes, I'm going to.
Can you state your own vote?
I'm going to vote in favor. So we have 1, 2, 6. The motion passes. Thank you. Rest of room. Over to you. Treasurer, CFO report.
All right, good evening, everybody. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay, including on the phone. The package included the materials and the presentation, so I'll just briefly summarize that our year-to-date actuals through May, we continue to be pretty much right on for our revenue projections, right on budget. The expenses continue to run a little bit low due to some FTEs that we haven't yet hired. And as a note, we will be updating the forecast for the year, and you'll be seeing that forecast next month. So next month will include an updated forecast for the year. The new package did include some breakdown of member and non-member revenues as requested. And there was also a slide on operating cash. And, basically the point was that we were just under 2 months worth of expenses as of the end of last year. And per the policy, we're supposed to try and maintain between 1 and 2 months. We were sort of at the upper end of that, but we were within the 1 to 2 months. And per the policy anyway, there would be no action required at that time. But, I do know that we may have further discussion on that later as we work the budget this year. But, for now, that was the status. So any questions on that before I'll give a little update on the budget next, but any questions on that in the meantime?
Director Farrell.
I do, but I keep being the first one to ask questions, so if somebody else.
I believe I saw your hand first, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Froome, excellent video, very, very helpful. There were a couple of slides in that video that weren't in the board package. One about member versus non-member fee income, another one about expenses by function. And if I could beg your indulgence, it was kind of hard to follow the video in the package because the video kind of, the flow of the video didn't follow the flow of the documents in the package. Okay. So I wound up jumping around and having to go back and replay the video so I could figure out, okay, what one is he talking about now? So okay. If I could beg your indulgence to, I don't know whether it's you or Brittany or between the two of you, however you put the video together, if we could go from one page to the next, it would make it easier for me to follow your excellent presentation.
Will do.
The other question I have is we have 9 positions that are unfilled, I think, 9 or 10. Okay.
I think it was 8 total. Let me find that slide. But as I recall, it was 8 total, which was actually 10 under on full-time, but 2 over on part-time, netting out to be 8 under.
Okay, so we're halfway through the budget year?
Correct.
Right. So it's fair to anticipate that 6 months of those people costs are not going to be incurred. As you hire them tomorrow, they're only there for 6 months.
Right.
Do we have what that number totals? And if you don't right now, can you bring it to us next month?
I mean, people costs to date are $421K below.
I'm asking a different question.
Right.
If we total up the people costs, so salary and benefits for the 8 positions that aren't filled and haven't been filled for the first half of the year, that translates into a dollar number. And what I'm asking is, what's that dollar number?
That's fine. It is $421K through May. Now, if you were to carry that out for the rest of the year, it would grow. And the next month's forecast, next month I will include a forecast for the full year.
Well, that's $421,000 in unexpended people costs through the first half of this year. And given
First 5 months.
That's through May.
Through May.
Okay, so so that's one. I'm sorry?
If I may, it is really actually more because we have 2 senior staff employees who did not begin as of January 1. And so the period of time during which they were not employed during this year also adds to that.
Right, but that's already included in those
Is that
numbers.
included in that?
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So that total.
Because, for example, myself and Director Mike Reynolds for environmental, we were in the budget for Q1 of this year, but we didn't start till the beginning of April. But that savings is kind of included in that 421 that we've saved so far. And just to note, our total savings for the year so far are 356K. We're actually slightly over budget on the non-people costs because of a few factors. But again, I will provide an updated forecast next month, so we'll have a better view of it then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to finish up on John's point, I've also made a board member suggestion that ties into that number, that surplus number, directly related to any staffing excess that we might have, and an idea of potentially what to do with it. So with that number that you receive, I hope to be able to talk a little bit more about my suggestion and just see what we can do, brainstorm with that money.
Okay. Mr. Petrini.
If I can ask the director what you mean by excess employees?
So the the underburn for employee budget, that budgeted number, the underburn on that budget, that's probably the hardest surplus that we have at the end of a calendar year, right? And so looking at creative solutions to potentially utilize that surplus money, very specifically that money.
Okay, so it's not the positions itself, it's the savings.
Correct, over the course of a
Because of not
year.
adding the people.
Yep.
Dr. Juszczyk.
I had 3 questions that I submitted yesterday, and I wanted to make sure that the board received them and staff received them, because I don't think that I've received a reply. I'm happy to go through them.
Correct. You were breaking up a little bit, but I believe you were saying you sent an email with a few questions yesterday, and we are working on a response to that. I mean, I could give a little bit of the answer now on, one of the particular items was the outside professional services, and you were asking what the budget was. It's a little over $1 million, 1051K, with 365K being legal and 686K being other. But I think the gist of your question was, how are we going to end up the year? And, what we're kind of looking at is you asked our CEO, for his estimate of what else we may put under contract for the rest of the year. And that's the part that we're still working on. But year to date, we've spent 320K of the 686K for other, which leaves us about 366 remaining, and we have about 316K on contract for the rest of the year. So we'd have about 50K left available. And the part we're working on is what else do we want to mention that we may be projecting for later in the year. So that's a quick update, but we'll get you a full response once we finish pulling that together.
Okay, can I ask then that the staff response be included in the minutes for this meeting, because we don't have the answers yet? And then I would like to query the board on my first question, which is related to the capital budget. We are keeping, from what I thought in my question, a little bit more than 1.2 million in our capital operating account versus our investment account, more than we're planning on spending in 2024. And I'd like to query the board to see what your feelings are about keeping that much cash in our operating account for unbudgeted expenditures in 2024. And any idea, my idea was that we potentially move it into our investment funds to reap some of the benefits of it sitting there in a little bit more of a long-term basis.
If I could try and summarize that a little bit. So what she was pointing out is that the cash in the capital funds is, say, 4.6 million-ish.
Ed, could you, point of order here, can we have just one conversation, please?
Sure. There's about 4.6 million in cash in the capital funds, and the cost to complete that's in the projections is like 3.4 million. So our point was that's about 1.2 million extra we may have in cash, and would we want to potentially invest that? So myself and the CEO were talking about that and sort of looking into it, but I think Director Juszczyk was asking if the board had any comment on it.
So just to add some commentary on that, we've had this discussion quite a bit at the fiscal committee, and just kind of looking at roles and responsibilities and a variety of different things. What we have invested money, and at least as we worked that through, and I think Tony was involved in this a year and a half ago or so, sort of who has the authority to invest money in that way. Mm-hmm. Generally, it's a cash flow issue. So when you want to spend money as a board, is the money there? And if not, we should be looking at ways to earn money on the money. So when these things are identified, generally Ed and I sit down and say, yes, we're likely to need the money on this time frame, which may be a question for the board. And if not, we've done that with operating cash and could certainly do it here. So that's generally how the process flow works.
Thank you. Mr. Petrine.
I think you should also mention that the money is not sitting without earning any interest. It's in a savings account or a short-term investment, as opposed to formally putting it into an advised account. The advised account, I should say, the one account that we have with Rafa.
So,
So it's not in a checking account.
Right.
any other
Is-
discussion? Go
Can
ahead.
staff confirm that? Because I understand our operating money, we have a portion of it in a money market savings account, but not our capital portion of our operating. I thought that was still in a general operating bank account only.
Yeah, I'll take an action to take a look at the details on that and get back to you, because I really don't want to speak to the details without having that in front of me.
Okay.
All right, if I could move on, I was just going to briefly mention a couple things on the budget. You would ask for sort of a update.
Sure,
each
let
time
me
I-
just finish with Director Juszczyk. Any other comments on your part, Director Juszczyk?
No, I might need to come back next month with my question number 2, but I think we need an answer from the
Okay.
staff before
All right.
I might have something there. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Ed, please.
Okay, just a quick update on the budget. As the CEO mentioned, I'll send out an email tomorrow. And just to clarify, we wanted to give you a chance to get a start on it, but the deadline is still 1 July, so any inputs that come in from board members or general members through 1 July, I'll send you another list on the 2nd of July with any trailing ones that came in those last few days, but wanted to give you a chance to get started with it tomorrow, so we'll get you something tomorrow. The committees have been reviewing the ones that were forwarded to them, and as soon as possible, we'll get you some input from them. The next kind of events coming up, 1 July is the deadline for members and board members to get in their suggestions. Then the 11th of July, we'll be going through the exercise to try and determine which to move forward to pricing for possible inclusion in the budget. The 17th of July, the fiscal meeting, that's when we'll be looking at the reserve study, followed by the board looking at that on the 25th of July. So those are kind of the upcoming things. Internally, we've kind of done a first look at the budget, looking at all the different departments, and we'll be re-looking at that as I mentioned, we'll be updating the forecast for 2024 next month, and we'll kind of take another look at the 25 budget kind of in light of that. So that's a quick update on the budget.
Thank you. Director Gravich.
Just one comment, I guess, on the materials that you're going to be producing for the board. If we could have an understanding of what is a reasonable range for pricing exercises, how many pricing exercises you guys in theory could do. I realize some will be larger and some will be smaller, and that's why I think a range might be appropriate. But if we are looking to highlight 30 suggestions, that would, to me, would seem high. But if we're all, if only 10 can be, priced out, we need to know that ahead of time, so it can help us self-select and do some prioritization before we get together as a collective.
Let me think about that a little bit and talk to the CEO and include some thoughts on that with the email tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. I believe we're ready to move on to our capital projects quarterly update. Ms. Chris?
Good evening. Provided you guys a presentation as well as a video, so I'm just here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions?
Yes.
Director Farrell?
Thank you. I keep having questions before other people, and it's okay. I don't want to unnecessarily dominate. We had a conversation earlier tonight from Mr. Wright regarding the GO Trail at Lake Ann. He raised a number of important considerations that justify further action on that matter. By the way, there's a typo in the 4th bullet of the materials. It strikes me that, and I've been in conversation with folks at LARCA and at an adjacent HOA, where they had a negotiation between the two boards regarding a repaving of a part of a common driveway. It was with the intervention of the two boards talking to each other that something actually got done. I'm not going to characterize where the choke point was, but it was a board-level discussion that got that issue off the dime. I'm also aware of other circumstances where easement wasn't required, counsel, but a permission letter was all that was required in order to go onto an adjacent property owner's property in order to get work done. We've used that a great deal in the development area with some success. It seems to me the issue is ongoing maintenance. A permission letter would get the sidewalk built, but if you want to assign responsibility for maintaining this sidewalk, you may need some kind of written agreement that gets recorded. I'm not sure we really need an easement, is all I'm trying to get to. Not opposed to it, just don't want to add an unnecessary complication or level of review. It also strikes me that on the sidewalk that the utilities, I've seen any number of sidewalks in Fairfax County where they kind of snake around or incorporate the manhole covers into the sidewalk so that the sidewalk can actually work. This sidewalk is used, or not sidewalk, this goat trail is used almost every Saturday during the season, during the marketing season, and then it's also used by the folks who live over at Crestview Apartments to access the plaza. I'm happy to make a motion if y'all need it, but I would not want this effort to end with this report. I'd like to see us make contact with the folks at LARCA, bring the issue to their attention, and by that I mean the board of LARCA, and see if we can't work out something to provide a safer means for the folks who park along North Shore Drive to access the farmers market, and the folks from Crescent View who access the plaza. If we can't make this happen somehow, and it's possible, it's an insurmountable problem, but it strikes me that reaching out to the board at LARCA is the way to move this issue along.
So I'll just jump in. So our intent tonight was just to let the board know that we've identified this issue. It was certainly not to stop the project. And we would not want to have approached LARCA about something that involves real estate without having you all comfortable that that's what we were going to do. So I think the intent tonight is we've identified the issue. It was not as simple as going and getting a sidewalk built, and now we have to go through a few more steps. We want to know the board's okay with that. I don't know if it requires a motion, but we wouldn't want to start talking about real property without your comfort.
I'm happy to make the motion that we direct staff to continue the discussion with LARCA to provide this goat trail and construction of this goat trail, and to explore all options to make this sidewalk happen.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
I hear a second. Is there any discussion? Don't hear any discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Director Perry, was that you?
I'm
That's
abstaining. I
Jennifer
don't think it
as-
needs
Thank
voted.
you. Okay, so we have, did you,
Should be 801 is what I took.
801, yes. 801, correct?
That's what I heard.
The motion passes.
Somebody abstain?
Margaret.
Margaret abstained. Mr. President, with your indulgence.
I abstained because I felt a motion was not necessary per staff's comment.
Thank you.
Mr. President, moving on under the footbridge installations, Mr. President, there's a reference to permitting for the replacement of the footbridges. What permitting are we involved in here? Are we site plan, building permit? What are we talking about?
It's predominantly for structural permits installations. So since these are AASHTO rated bridges, they need to be able to handle the weight load of emergency vehicles. And so there's a lot of additional engineering for structural, floodplain impacts, things of that nature. So it's a multiple, but it's not a site plan. It's predominantly a building permit, but it's a complicated one, being there's a lot of individual pieces related to it.
And then one more, I think this is the last one I have, but it's one close to my heart, and I've had a conversation with our COO on this. On the Hook Road Park, it appears that we can't find a vendor who's interested in rebuilding our backstops. And the thought is that if we combine the construction of the backstops with the other work to be done there, the bathroom pavilion and paths and the like, we're more likely to get a bid. But the net result of that is that we're looking at this work being done next summer, which is 2 baseball seasons from now. And everybody, I think, on this board is tired of me saying this is a serious, serious safety problem, particularly at the corner of the main street there. So I'm saddened, but can't push on a string. And if people aren't going to bid on it, we can't make it happen. But there is a reference here to will require final engineering and approvals. And again, my question is, what approvals do we need to move forward with the bathroom and the side and this trail? Is that a site plan?
So the overall site plan was cleared. It's a matter of, I think, the building permits for the actual bathroom structure itself. That wasn't really done into extreme detail as part of the site plan submission, just said that proposed bathroom location. So you still have to go through the actual building permits for the structure itself. We also only obtained a conceptual approval from the DRB for phase 2, which had the bathroom enclosure. So we need to go back to them with final approval on that installation still.
Do we have a projection on when we'll have both of those, both the county permit and the DRB approval?
We're working into it right now. We're going to start it now that we have kind of a point of reference of we're likely going to need to move this project to next year. So now we can kind of pick up the motions now of let's start getting the final engineering and done and start pushing forward on getting the rest of their approvals cleared. So we're ready for construction next year.
So hopefully by the next quarterly report, we'll have some progress.
Hopefully, yeah.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Director Farrell. Okay. Let's see, we're ready for it. Thank you, Chris. Recreation quarterly update?
Good evening. So I'm prepared to answer any questions that you all may have
Thank you.
regarding the presentation.
Director Farrell, would you like to start first?
Well, I like watching the videos, and they're entertaining. And by the way, I forgot to say, Chris, excellent video. Thank you.
Yes. Good videos. Very good. Thank
And
you.
Ms. Kowalski, the same. Excellent video. Going forward, as many people know that my kids learned how to swim at Shadowwood, and Shadowwood still is my neighborhood swimming pool. When we were doing the survey at Shadowwood, it came to my attention that we had stopped offering swim lessons at Shadowwood. And I'm connecting two things here. One is the Friends of Reston scholarship program.
Summer pool and school.
For the Title I and for the kids who are going to summer school at the Terracet, which is Title I school, and offering them swimming lessons across the way at Rich Heights Pool. Now that we're heating Shadowwood, I would hope we'd give serious consideration in conjunction with Friends of Reston with making a targeted effort to get the kids who live in Shadowwood, and there's a large number of kids in Shadowwood. Director Flashman and I had an opportunity to go through every door in that 450-unit place, but to make a targeted effort to provide swimming lessons for those kids, because it's just a matter of safety. With all of the lakes that we have and all the other water bodies that we have, it's a real safety concern that some kid could fall in off of one of our docks, and because they hadn't learned how to swim, we lose that kid's life. And there are multiple areas within close walking distance of Shadowwood. So I would hope that in the next year's program, we coordinate with Friends of Reston and get really aggressive in offering swimming lessons to the kids who live at Shadowwood. If you could just, you don't really need to respond.
Well, I would like to give one piece to that.
Yes.
Because
Right, yes.
Terracet Elementary School, as
You
you
need
know.
to pull the mic closer.
Terracet Elementary School, as you know, is the Shadowwood students feed into Terracet. And our contact, who is running, Suzanne White, who is on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, works at Terracet and has been our contact. So we are reaching out to those identified children, not just through those that are in summer school, but also at their parent nights. We work with their teachers and provide information both in English and Spanish to help engage those students. But point taken, that may not be the only way for us to reach out to those students, but that's a great start. So thank you for the comment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Director Santa.
I thought presentation was awesome. No questions on the materials presented. I had a sidebar, if I may, which I think Pete has already alerted me to, but I've heard it today from a couple of members in regards to, I don't know if this is applicable to all pools, but I'll start with Lake Thoreau Pool. And the fact that the incidents that I've been reporting are that parents show up because the pool closes at 5, and after 5, it's when adult swim occurs. So I guess my question is, are you receiving these type of feedback from other pools? And is there a plan in place to address for this season, if it is possible? If it is not possible, I'm sure you'll take my comments into consideration for next season.
May I add to Director Santos' comment? I have been receiving, as Pete and I exchanged a couple of calls, I've been receiving some mails and calls from members also voicing their frustration that Lake Thoreau is closed on Wednesdays and Fridays. And from what I have seen, that pool is always full of kids. And I think we owe it to the community and the parents with their kids, especially in the summer when schools are out, to just be mindful of that and just building on what Director Santos said.
If I might take 2 minutes to run through how we develop the pool schedule really briefly. I just gave a presentation to the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee last month on how we developed that. And go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Do you want me to? Okay. So when we're developing the schedule, there are a few different points that we have to take into consideration. So the first is the school calendar itself, the impacts for this calendar, the usage data. So what you're seeing, how many people are going, that would be reviewed at the end of the season. Open hours comparison across the different districts. So one thing with the result of the community survey, we were able to take the when people would like to utilize the facilities versus how they are currently using the facilities, and separate that out by district to help to come up with an equitable amount of hours with the budget and the staffing resources that we have. So we work to do that for this year, and we'll continue to do that for future years too. The next is member feedback. So with any new facility that has opened that I've been involved with, from the renovation of Uplands and Glade and Hunters Woods, we typically will get a lot of feedback, which is wonderful, on how and when people would like to use the facilities. It could be anything from the hours of operation to where the chairs are located. We need a new trash can. Can you put up a sign? So we take all of that information and then we work to do what we can during the season, but then also moving into the following year, we make those adjustments as well. The retention and recruitment, we're doing really well on staff retention. As you saw in the presentation, that number has actually gone up. I think I reported 80-something%. We're in the 90s now. So just from pulling that information to now, we're continuing to hire, and we'll continue to hire and offer classes through the whole summer to increase our pool of lifeguards that we have. And then I mentioned the community survey results. So that's how we, on an annual basis, take and review to make adjustments. So it's difficult to make some adjustments midstream, but we are looking at adjustments towards the end of the season still. We've heard comments about extension of Shadowwood Pool. So I don't have an answer for that yet, but we are still actively looking at could we extend that season. So I hope that helps answer some questions. And one more thing, it's really important for all that feedback to get to us. So if you are receiving emails or even just comments, just drop a quick, hey, had feedback about this, so that we can log it in this member feedback. We have a spreadsheet where we capture the pool, the member, or it was a comment, was it social media, was it a call to member services? So we pull all that together to review.
Okay, let me just add one comment before I go to you, Director Farrell, and then I see Director Perry's hand, and I owe it to Director Grywatch because he motioned me. But I would submit to you that a lot of the usage that's gone up is probably due to the fact that these are now, including Shadowwood, the pools have been renovated, and people are seeing things, and people go there, and they're getting excited, and they're using it, and the numbers are going up. In fact, just looking at the numbers here, I'm looking at 2023 and 2024, it's a 45% increase so far. So while I appreciate that you have to wait until the end of the season, I would ask you, please consider, with the latest numbers that you're getting on a monthly basis, you may need to adjust those numbers mid-season. Don't wait until the end of the year. Let's take advantage of that, because if they're getting into the habit of using the pools, the kids are there. The kids are enjoying it. This is what we need.
They
We
are.
need the new generation to come in and just
One of
kind
the
of
tough
enjoy
things
the
that
facilities.
some of you all may hear throughout the season with comments coming in is, and we saw this in the community survey, the demand for open swim time versus water fitness time.
Yep.
And so the hours of operation that we're hearing about in the evening is designated for water fitness time. So, for example, in the South Lakes District, that Lake Thoreau pool for on Wednesdays and Fridays, taking a look at the pools by district, Lake Audubon is open until 9 o'clock for open swim. So it may not be walkable for everyone, but there is an opportunity in that district. So that's what we strive for when we
I hear
plan
you,
it.
but that's the whole notion of community. People like to go to their local communities. Anyway, let me just move on. Director Perry, let me start with you first.
So first and foremost, let me give kudos to Laura and Peter and the rest of the aquatics team for all that they do. And as someone who has scheduled youth sports, both basketball and soccer, it's a lot to juggle. And I can only imagine with the pool staffing and needs and all of that. However, just so you all know, on Monday, my children wanted to go to the pool. As you all may know, I cannot currently drive. That means that I have to help someone because my kids learned that Glade Pool was closed due to an unfortunate, or sorry, not Monday, Tuesday. Glade Pool was closed due to an unfortunate incident. The main pool was closed for the rest of the day. So I drove them over to Lake Audubon to find that it is closed on Tuesdays. So I tried to reach out because at this point, I'm trying to figure out what pools are actually open. I was on my phone, couldn't pull up the Dropbox list. I really, really encourage us in the new website to make it so that the schedule is not on Dropbox, which is not phone friendly. By the way, I hope you guys know you keep losing video on your end. Second, we ultimately found that New Bridge, which was open. I'd never been to New Bridge. I drove by it. A very small local community pool. My son was impressed that there was a basketball net inside there. That was great. Ultimately drove them to Lake Thoreau because Hunter's Woods is closed on Tuesday. At that time, Dogwood was still being noticed on social media as being closed, although I was very impressed with whoever is responding to social media as they were actively responding to my requests of what pools are open, where are they, and such. And they did get the notice that Dogwood had reopened. I had asked about Hunter's Woods being reopened because that was still on notice that it was closed, including as a pop-up on our website saying it would be closed through the 21st. And I believe Tuesday was the 25th. So I highly recommend that we stay on top of those things. If we're putting pop-ups, if we're putting social media notices up that pools are closed, we really need to resend them once pools are reopened. But I did do a lot of work to make sure we have 7 pools in North Reston, 8 pools in South Reston. Unfortunately, on Mondays, the 4 pools that are closed, 3 of them are in South Reston and 1 are in North Reston. On Tuesday, the 6 pools that are closed, 4 are in South Reston, 2 are in North Reston. On Wednesday, it's a little more even. There are 5 pools closed on Wednesdays and Thursdays. 2 are in South Reston on Wednesday, 3 in North, and the same. And then Friday, we have only 2 pools closed, 1 in South, 1 in North. I would, rather than worrying about this season, I would encourage in the future, why, if we have 4 pools closed on Mondays, why are 3 of them in South Reston? If we have 6 pools closed on Tuesdays, why are 4 of them in South Reston? it has often been suggested that we do not give the same credence to those in South Reston that we do in North Reston. I don't think that's intentional, but I would like to see some intention on how we are addressing these things.
Okay.
So I would encourage that for the future.
Thank you.
But overall, when I did look at it, most pools were open 8 hours a day when they were open. And almost all of them, I have the numbers here if anyone wants it. Lake Newport is only closed 1 day a week. North Shore is not closed at all during the week, lucky them. So, you know, I do think there is some data here that we could review. And I don't know that it needs to be done mid-season, but I do think, and I've requested this in the past, that it be done in the future. Again, just because we've always done something one way doesn't necessarily mean it's the best way.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Director
I would like to make a comment.
If you can be brief, please.
I will. Margaret, I appreciate the comments. And so some of the hours where we say closed days, those are open for the rentals, which is a source of income. So for some of those facilities, it's a rental. And then others, those closed days also for the water fitness days during the day. And so, Margaret, thank you very much for the comments and point taken. And I'll listen to the recording so I capture all of them
Thank
later.
you. Dr. Growich.
Multi-part question, quick hitting though. Slide 7, camp summary, third bullet point. So we have currently 26 children that are registered with camp scholarships, which is fantastic. Is the 23,000 in scholarship funding what is still remaining, or is that the total?
That's the grand total
That's the
that
grand
was
total.
approved for funding through the Friends of Reston.
Do we have a
So
general
it's
idea of how much?
approximately 50. So we've added a few more children since this slide was created, so we'll continue to work through that, but that's grand total.
So roughly $10,000 remaining or something like that, if you're saying?
Yes.
Give or take? Okay. What can we do in the short amount of time that we have in the remainder of the summer to try to educate our membership that these opportunities are out there and that there's money available for them to get kids signed up?
We have a camp registrar, and that camp registrar works directly with the schools to try to help get information in the hands of parents or guardians so that they can work with those families and sign them up for more than one. We are doing really well with camp right now, and so while we still are adding, we still have a few sessions open and many are full. And so we will continue to work with our contacts and advertise. We also work with other groups outside of the schools to help ensure those that are tapped in, like Cornerstones and other organizations.
Okay. Is there a particular threshold that members of the community must hit in order to receive that scholarship?
There is. So
Okay.
we do have it's easy to qualify. But there's something we go through. So we work through if
Perfect.
a organization identifies, or we can work directly with the family too. We also offer them more than one. And we also, if you're coming to us for a swimming lesson, we also make it known that we have camp scholarships, tennis scholarships, and nature available as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Farrell.
In line, I hadn't planned on this, but in line with your request for feedback.
Yes.
So the last 48 hours, I've visited 14 of our 15 pools. Interesting at Thoreau, several members came up to me because I was wearing my vest and my little name tag, and told me that, and Chris, you might want to put this also, that is it Trex? What's the brown surface?
Trex.
Trex?
Composite material.
Yeah, it's burning their feet. And I shared that with your operations manager. It may be worthwhile for us to maybe hose it down to cool it off so people aren't getting burned.
Thanks for the comment. Yeah.
On burning their feet. The other thing that was curious to me is that glass wall that we put on Thoreau. It's doing a wonderful job of acting as a mirror, so that I'm seeing the activity. I cannot see the lake. because the sun angle is such, and I was there at about 1 o'clock, the sun angle is such that when I look at the glass wall, all I see is the people who are in the pool behind me. So
Different
we
times of
might,
day.
if we think about using that feature in the future, we might want to think about sun angles as to whether or not it'll actually give us a view. Because I stood there, I had sunglasses on, and I took them off, and I couldn't see. All I could see on that glass wall was the people who were in the pool. I had no sense of what was beyond, that there was a lake on the other side of that glass. So just something from a design point of view for the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I echo Director Farrell's comment about the class. I thought it was done just to make sure that the pool looks bigger, the facility looks bigger. Mirror image or something. Yeah, please.
So just to be brief, I appreciate all the feedback on the pool schedules and attendance. Director Juszczyk asked us to pull participation numbers through the first kind of time, first few seasons of pool season. So through the second season, we're up 6,000 visits from last year, which is incredible. Free passes, we're getting more people to the pools. All of that is wonderful. We're in season 3 now, so we'll have those numbers probably for the next meeting or the meeting after that. Just very quickly, I've been sort of torturing Laura on all of these. We have daycares, we have all these rentals that we have at our facilities, and there's a revenue component there. So as we have more conversations about our fee-based pyramid and all of the things that mean the most to us as in Reston, should we continue to rent a daycare? Are those people in Reston? So is the pool really closed if they're Reston kids, even though it's not open for open swim? Does the revenue mean more to us than having open swim? So this is just foreshadowing for conversations that we'll have specifically during budget season. So just when we say the pool is closed, sometimes it means there's daycare or other things there. So it's not to be argumentative as much as say there's just other points to be made.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Laura. Believe, Mr. Adams, you're up next.
Hello.
I'm sorry, yeah, go ahead, Director Juszczyk.
I have one comment on Lake Thoreau, but if you could also address the point of sale piece of my question after. And one of the things, Laura, if you could take a look at what we are hearing and witnessing at Lake Thoreau is that there are like 2 people in the pool during recreation swim and like a full pool with full parking lot, parking on both sides of the road during the other times. So I know that in the past, Lake Thoreau pool was typically an adult pool. And that demographic might be changing now that since the pool was closed and reopened. And I think that's why we are getting as many complaints, which I would love to have stopped, but like everybody is calling and saying, there's 2 people in the pool and we're paying a lifeguard when there's only 2 people in the pool. Why can't the kids go in? It's full when the kids are allowed to go in. If you could look at that specifically by hours
Yes,
on
we
Lake
do.
Thoreau pool, I think that you'll find. Okay, I think
We do, and I know complaints are tough, but they're also really welcome. And again, this is historically when we've renovated facilities. This is what we want to hear. We would like for people to engage in. During that pool schedule, the member feedback, but also the usage data, we will take a look at that by hour and by use. So that's by fitness and by open swim to see where we can make adjustments. Because you're right, that demographics could change over the amount of time that we've from planning till now. And we're being responsive to the original feedback from the Lake Thoreau group when we had those charrettes. But that's been quite some time. Thank you. Oh, one more thing, sorry, to answer your other question. Okay, for concessions, so we have done a pilot with concession sales at Lake Thoreau, North Shore. Lake Ann, we will start to sell merchandise mid to late July. So primarily the Lake Ann sales have been pass renewal or pass activation. So we have at Lake Ann 275 non-member and guest pass sales for $5,000 at Lake Ann Plaza. And then and in a lot of past renewals. For Lake Thoreau, the concessions are chips, candy, and drinks. So 56 items for $113, and North Shore, 13 items for $22. And so what we're watching now is just how, do we have our system good to go? Things seem to be working well, and so we'll start to look at expanding to other facilities. I hope that helps answer.
Peter, did you have something? Well, thank you, Laura. And again, really want to thank you and your staff with a fabulous job, especially with the pools. It's great. And just hearing the kids, just the sound is just wonderful in the community. So just want to tell you that if you're hearing complaints, please, they are constructive criticism type of complaints. They're positive complaints. They're not negative complaints.
They are.
These are good problems to have.
Thank you all for your cooperation and support for
Thank
these
you.
projects.
Yep. Mr. Adams.
Good evening. Happy to answer any questions on cluster outreach second update for this year.
Director Grywatch.
I'll take the baton. I'll do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. The new website for the Cluster Leader Forum, does that have an ability to tie into what the IT committee is planning and bringing with the new website altogether? Maybe I didn't quite understand that or read into that, but it sounded like we were developing a new site for the clusters.
It's a module within the new website.
It is a module within
Correct.
the new website. Perfect. That was the main thing there, and nice work with the cluster directory. So
Yeah.
it's great.
I will echo Director Grywatch's nice work. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
I'll
well
make
done.
one little comment. I just gave Bob the update that CAI, Community Association Institute, did and is filing a lawsuit against the federal government for CCA.
Yes, I saw that in the package, yes.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions? Mr. Adams, thank you very much. Again, thank you and your staff as well. Great job.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you.
You'll be seeing me again. I'm next up. DRB 101.
DRB 101, yes.
Happy to take any questions.
Did you have something?
I did not, no.
Director Farrell.
Mr. President, I thought the video was outstanding. I'm more familiar with the DRB process than I ought to be, having done a few submissions on behalf of my cluster over time. But the suggestion I have, Mr. President, and if Sean Barami's around, we ought to play that video during every executive session.
Oh, good idea.
Because frequently we play our videos while we're in executive session, but it's not unusual for our executive session to exhaust the videos that we have. And if it were me, I'm not Mr. Barami, somebody else is, that would be my fallback, because we can't do that enough. It is an intimidating process for a lot of my members of my cluster and a lot of the members that I talk to. And the more that information is out there and available, obviously it's available on the website, but to the extent that it's available independently on YouTube, the extent that it's available during our executive sessions, it just makes the process less mysterious. Yeah. And the more we can do that, and the more often we can tell that story, the better it's going to be. And I have to say, Mr. President, that having lived here now is 40 years this past May, it used to be that at least once a week, somebody was writing a letter to the editor of the Connection paper or the Reston Times complaining about our DRB process. Since the arrival of our current director, the number of complaints that I've received or observed have gone to almost zero. That's not to say zero, just almost zero. And I think it's been an outstanding job making the process more approachable, more understandable, less intimidating, and it just works better. And I thank you, Mr. Adams, for doing that. And I'm sure the rest of the board joins me in thanking you for making that cultural change so that folks see this process as a way to enhance our community and just not be a pain in the neck to our members.
I absolutely second that. Thank
Thank
you
you, sir.
very much. You've done a great job.
My team
Yes,
appreciates
Director
that very
Johnson.
much. Thank you.
Yes.
On that note, I would ask, almost Mac probably, that a long-term project for CAM be perhaps to document what shifts were made between the prior way the DRB was run and the current way the DRB is run. So we can kind of, have a history of what happened, a lessons learned for to frighten Chris again process, just to kind of get a better understanding on what you did, and to I guess kind of document things that we don't want to happen again. So if that's something that we could work on, that'd be great.
Director Johnson, let me add to that. I think that is a fabulous idea. Just having it turned into even a paper that could be published as a case study in some journal. That would be fantastic. It would help Reston. It would help what we've done, and great for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thanks.
Okay.
And I just wanted to mention, Jennifer did send an email about some things, and we
Yes.
responded to that email.
Yes, I know you did. Yes. Director Jeszczyk.
Thank you, Kim, for responding. I've been trying to read through it. I have concerns in general about the DRB process and the affected party status, and I definitely understand, Cam, that interested party status was added to at least give people the ability to speak. But they want the ability to appeal, not just to speak. And that process by which we post the information for the addresses that are going to have a DRB panel or full DRB review, just by way of example. And I think this is kind of typical, as we posted on the 19th of June, the list of addresses. The meeting is always the next Tuesday. That was a Wednesday. The meeting is always the next Tuesday, which was the 25th in this case. I'm sure that was the date. And then per resolution, people have the right to fill out the appeal. They have to, type up something of why they're appealing, and they have to submit that information 2 business days in advance. So we gave them 5 business days and 2 before that. So we gave people 3 business days to figure out that an address is on that list that's coming up for a review, collect their thoughts, and submit something. And I think that's why I hear as many complaints as I hear about this issue, is they don't feel like there's enough time to become an affected party, or at least submit affected party status, and the DRB has to approve it. And then they don't disapprove many. I don't know of any in my all of my watching that they've disapproved. But and I understand
Buffering.
that the reason why we made some resolution changes, but we need to find a better way to make sure that people are aware that applications are coming into review. I publish a link in the RA News. Every time we do RA News, that's like, these are the ones that are upcoming, but somehow people are not getting the information until after the fact. The other thing I would like the board to support is to incorporate that motion that was done in December of 2020, which is allowed the staff to apply for affected party status on every single application that comes to DRB, that goes to panel or full board, into our resolutions, because it was lost on me again, even though I knew that it existed, but it was lost on me again because it's not in our resolutions. And I would like to motion that staff alert the board through a board package anytime they take action on applying for an affected party status, and give us a summary of why they are taking that action, so that we're aware of it, and to return, that to us at the next available board meeting.
So I'm happy to respond to those if you'd like me to.
I believe I have a motion here.
That one was a motion, so
Why
I
don't
would love your response, but I wanted to get the motion on the table first,
Please,
if anybody.
so let's do the response.
Need a second.
Hang on.
I need a second.
You need a second for the motion, correct. Thank you.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Can I beg my friend Director Juszak's indulgence, and let's hear from
That's what
Mr.
I
Adams,
was
because
like.
it may influence the way we draft the motion. I'm generally in
Sure.
favor of the motion.
I'm
but
fine with that.
But I'd rather write it once than have to rewrite it, as we've had to do
As long
sometimes.
as it's not a denied motion, I'm happy to hear staff first, and then.
Let's hear Mr. Adams first.
Sure. So the motion from 2020 was specifically for us because there was concerns related to the DRB making decisions that were not aligned to the design guidelines or to cluster standards. And so we file an appeal based on, or affected party status based on that fact. And so we don't exercise that right. And since that motion was made in 2020, I believe there was only 3 or 4 appeals that were made. Only one of them was not in conjunction with either senior management or council or the board itself. There was one specifically that was related to Vantage Hill. The air conditioning units were being approved, and there was a RELAC question. There was a decision that the DRB made that wasn't in line with giving staff the authority to review air conditioning units for new properties. And so we brought that to the board's attention. So yes, staff could potentially do that. I would be interested to see what specifics that the board was looking for in terms of direction that you would like to see, specifically because we only file those if it's a clear black and white case that the DRB approves something that is not cluster standard. There's an approved decision that the DRB made in the cluster standard. We are reflecting that in the decision. That's the only time we actually have exercised that actual right from the DRB's affected party appeal process. If the board were interested in that, I would say that that could be something that you would probably get quite a few comments from staff about. I do write comments on the affected party form when there's a concern related to something, specifically single-family homes. The DRB has historically always approved fences for single-family homes that are privacy fences to be along the roadways, main thoroughways, or if they have a pool in their backyard. And so when the DRB makes a decision that's inconsistent with what they've historically done or what the design guideline says, I write a comment on that affected party statement to remind them of previous decisions. So I'd want to try and understand exactly what information the board would like to see. Is it every single statement, or is it something that is only if we exercise the appeal right of the board of directors from Reston Association? So I can see it both ways. I don't necessarily think that it's necessary, given that we've only exercised it that 3 or 4 times in the last 4 years. But if it's the prerogative of the board, happy to do so.
Director Juszak.
So the reason why I would be in favor of us receiving it is because in the resolution, it is the board that retains the right to claim affected party status, and also to, and Kim, I don't know what wording that you call it. It's not appeal, but, to speak on behalf of RA at a meeting against something that the DRB is in favor in, that is the board that is making those decisions. But we have at this point said, go ahead, staff, you represent us, and all I am looking for is some notification that it was done with a little bit of a summary of what it was.
So, Mr. President,
Director
if
Farrell?
I could suggest to Director Juszak that what she's looking for is a motion to direct Covenant staff that whenever affected party status is claimed on behalf of the association, that the board be given notice of that action with a short summary of the justification for that action.
So that's what I wanted clarification on, because we file affected party status on behalf of the board for every application that goes to panel and full board. So you would be getting 20 to 25 per week from staff. Or are you looking for, when we exercise the appeal rights, that we are filing an appeal on behalf of the Wrestling Association?
I'm looking to Director Juszak to tell me which one she wants.
Yeah.
Tony, can you help me? Because I am not looking for a blanket list every time we fill out this application, because I know we do it every single time. I'm looking for a summary of the ones you guys are taking action on, because you don't like a DRB decision, and I believe that might be the ones in the appeal category.
It sounds like you want no, Mr. President. It sounds like
Yes.
Director Juszak is looking for notice of appeals when the Covenant staff is using effective party status to appeal a decision, and asking that, moving that such exercise be, that the board be given notice of the exercise of that appeal right. Have I caught your, Director Juszak, have I caught that? Then I
Yes,
need,
it's when
if
we're
I've caught,
speaking
if I've
against
caught.
a DRB
Direct-
decision.
Mr. President, if I've caught Director Juszak's intention clearly, if she could second my motion, we can move along.
Can you please repeat the motion so
Yeah,
that you're clear on this?
Direct the Covenant staff that whenever in an affected party, that whenever the staff appeals as an effective party a decision of the DRB panel or full board, that notice of that appeal be given to the board of directors.
Is there a second for that?
Second, and thank you, John. I like this.
Any discussion, just for clarification purposes, and we're now in discussion mode. That is not being done right now, correct?
Not every single time.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
And I'd be happy to discuss with whoever the format that you would like that, or if it's happening simultaneously.
So on this motion, any more discussion? Director Santa?
Once the board receives this notification, what do we do with said information? Can we change anything? Can we influence anything? You say yes, I see some nods over there, I say no. Like, what, as a recipient of the information, how would this be valuable to me, and how can I help you, Cam, along the process, or the board?
I don't believe, oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, please.
I don't believe that once the appeal is made, anything can be done except to, if the board were to decide to direct staff to take no further action on the appeal. That's the only thing I could think. And the timing on that would be dicey as it pertains to panels to full DRB.
7 business days.
Right.
So technically you have 14 days from the date that the decision was made, but you have 7 days from the receipt of the decision date.
Right.
So, yep.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Director Gregowitz.
I was just, I think, and please, Director Juszak, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm somewhat speaking for you in this situation, but in the conversations that you and I have had on this topic, I think you have said that it can be a powerful notion when RA and the board takes an affected party status against our members. And so understanding what we are doing when we take that action is more of just an awareness for the board, right? Like we as a body are potentially going against one of our members, could be for a very valid reason, but at least you know what position you are taking in this situation.
But it sounds like what Director Farrell just said is that some of my peers or future peers could use this as a way to be involved in staff decision to say, don't actually do that.
No.
You said no further action.
Well, at the end of the day, it's the association through the board that acts as the affected party. So all we're doing is saying to staff, give us a veto. And we're meeting twice a month. So if you got 14 days before an appeal has to be filed, it gives the board an opportunity to say, you know what, we're going to let this one go by. We're not going to, we don't think this appeal ought to move forward. If we think the appeal ought to move forward, then we don't take no action. You go on your merry way. But at least then the board has the ability to, if an individual board member comes to us and goes, what the heck are you doing? We're not caught flat-footed going, I have no idea what you're talking about. And so it's an opportunity to know what's going on. And if we think the Covenant staff, and that's never going to happen with Mr. Adams, but if in the future the Covenant staff may have lost their way on something, that gives us the opportunity to say, hey, enough already.
Director Johnson.
I've got two questions. The first is to Cam. You said that you sometimes notify us currently. What are the criteria that you use to determine whether or not we're notified? We're not currently.
Well, like I said, it's only happened 3 or 4 times. But if it's something that may have legal implications, if the applicant has hired an attorney, for example, usually I've notified Tony of the information. Or if there's something that I think is going to affect you all or come to you all, I would notify you all so that I could get ahead of whatever action may come as a result of it. So that's generally speaking what would happen. If it's something that is more DRB administratively, procedurally, I feel as though they've done something incorrectly, which is something that's going to come to you soon. It's something that I've discussed with General Counsel, and we've kind of made a headway of what action we're going to take and determine whether or not we're going to file an appeal or not. So major issues are what we generally are going to escalate to the board.
So it sounds like you're generally doing what we're asking you for in any case.
Correct.
Okay. Secondly, I may have lost track of the conversation between directors Santa and Farrell, but I did not get a functional difference between his response to her question and her question. So if I could get some kind of clarity about how what John said is different from Izzy's question, I'd appreciate it.
Go ahead.
To recap what just occurred, I asked what would be meaningful about me personally or my peers receiving this information.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Farrell educated me, and he said if we had this information in our hands, we could serve as a veto power to direct staff to say, actually, we'd prefer for you not to take any further action on the appeal. So that's all. Does that recap?
I guess what I was just asking was, I thought I heard you say something about your colleagues or your future colleagues being able to veto or
only on the appeal.
Only on the appeal.
Only on the appeal.
Okay.
Only on the appeal.
Okay, fair
And
enough.
the other part was just so that we're not blindsided.
Right.
Okay? Hasn't happened yet, but I'd prefer not to be, dragooned in the safe way saying, what the heck are you doing?
Agreed.
Because the appeal is filed on behalf of the association, and I'd rather not get blindsided.
Yeah.
Great. Let's finish with you because I think we've had
Yeah, I
discussion
agree
on
that
this.
just being aware when we do take an action that appears to be more dramatic than a lot of actions that are taken on behalf of the board, it would be good as board members to be informed so that if we do face questions, we are prepared to respond.
Thank you. Having had enough discussion, I believe we're ready for vote. There was a second for the motion, correct? Yes. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Let me start counting. We have Director Juszczak, Grywacz, myself, Santa, Farrell, Flashman, Dot. Those.
Is Perry frozen?
No.
Oh,
no,
sorry.
she has. And those against? I see Director Johnson, Director Perry. What say you?
No.
No. So we have,
Abstain. I
oh, you
abstain.
abstaining, I'm sorry,
We
okay.
really have to go through all three every time, please.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 711.
I believe it's 711.
The motion passes. Thank you,
And
Mr.
just an FYI, you all will be receiving 2 appeals from me this evening.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
And to answer, if I could respond to, oh, I'm sorry, Margaret.
It's okay, go ahead. Mike,
Director-
I do have a question for you, though, before you leave, but go ahead and respond.
I wanted to respond to Jennifer's comment number 1 about the affected party status. We've kind of gone through that rigmarole idea. It's really complex. For your information, an application that has an affected party that's registered cannot be reviewed by staff and cannot be reviewed at consultation level. So it has to go to a panel or it has to go to full board, which means that if you notify homeowners or any member that there is an application that they are submitting. So if my neighbor next door wanted to paint their door a different color and we had to post that online and the neighbor didn't like that neighbor could file an affected party status and that application could not be reviewed by staff, it could not be reviewed by con, and it'd have to be scheduled to a panel meeting. So I just want to caution you all as you start talking about affected party status and what that means. We've tried to think about every concept that we could that would kind of encourage members to be able to register as an affected party. The top concern that I hear most about affected party status is that in those situations where it is a staff tree removal or if it's a con tree removal, they weren't notified and they didn't know that the trees were coming down. Panel applications and full board applications, just like the board package, are actually posted. The agenda is posted every Tuesday, and the meeting doesn't happen until the following Tuesday. So any member can go online and see when the panel and full board agendas are posted to see if there's an application that they may be concerned about as they go through the process. So just FYI, that is why we created the interested party process so that if they couldn't register as an affected party, they could still participate in the review of the application, which quite honestly is the goal, as well as the interested party status allows tenants to participate in the DRB application process because as an affected party, you actually have to be a homeowner in Reston to be registered as an affected party. So that just to give you the full picture.
Thank you. Director Perry, did you have a comment?
Well, actually, I think Cam kind of answered my questions. I know of some things going on in the area that may or may not have gone through DRB, and I'm just trying to understand, did they slip through the crack and therefore they'll get found out eventually? Or was it just that they went through and nobody knows because they didn't get that neighbor's signature or anything like that?
Okay, thank you. Director Justek, did you have something?
Yeah, I was going through my questions, so I have a couple more. And just to follow up with what Director Perry said, I know people all the time that don't go through the GRB and they know they have to go through the GRB and they're just hoping someone doesn't complain on their lot, or they know they're going to end up getting their cell inspection and have to deal with it at that point. So I think that happens fairly often. In Fairfax County, one of the things that people are used to is that when they go to put a development application in, change something, that is something that we can look at, right? It's in the plus system in Fairfax County. So, and you can set up alerts within that to send you emails that say, hey, this address, submitted. And so I think that is the mentality that our members are feeling. So I can understand wanting to kind of reduce affected party status, but when we try to reduce affected party status, it ends up coming back to us anyway with member complaints that people are allowed to do things that they were never allowed to know about. And I don't think that was the intent of the system as it was set up. But my next question was on when were the design guidelines last reviewed? Because we had ZMOD and the comp plan come through, and that's been over 2 years. And my understanding from Kim's response was that, we did not do things related or make updates or considerations related to those two things. So I would ask Mac if you can think about with staff when it might be a good time to go through those design guidelines and take into consideration that we are going through a deed update process. And some of the things and comments that I have seen, especially in Cam's comments on our document related to the deed, I think kind of relate to DRB and potentially back to some of these design guidelines. Like, I think we need to think through as an organization, do we update the design guidelines and then go through the deed process, or do we update the deed and then maybe follow through with the design guidelines? Like, how should we go about that process and what should that timing look like? Because I do think that there are some changes we need to make as a result of ZMOD and the comp plan. And I don't want to go through the documents multiple times in a short period of time. But I will go through them from those two perspectives and make suggestions to the DRB on resolution changes. But I'd rather staff kind of come back to us and give us an idea of what you think that process should look like and when we might be able to undertake it.
Dr. Farrell, did you have some?
Yeah, I have a memory of spending an entire weekend looking through many hundreds of pages of design guideline changes and writing off, I don't know, 4 or 5 pages of comments on design guidelines, and not having page numbers to refer to made it real easy. That's sarcasm. My understanding is those comments went back to DRB, and my expectation is DRB is going to send a response back to us in the near or distant future. Where are we there on that?
Sure. So the DRB did have a public hearing. Margaret was there, and she graciously hosted that public hearing and accepted comments and feedback related to them that we've compiled and that we will be presenting to the board at a future board meeting date once Mac and Peter and I are able to kind of coordinate the scheduling. But I should also mention the thought process that we had was, because it was almost 400 pages of documents, that we would actually phase it into the board meeting so that you all weren't reviewing and approving 400 pages in one fell swoop. So
thank God.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
yes,
Farrell.
we are looking forward to trying to bring that to you before the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. I believe we are done. We are ready for our executive session. So I will ask that we do that either before, once we go to executive session, we'll do a quick 10-minute bio break.
Move to convene into executive session to consult with legal counsel and to discuss contractual and personnel matters.
Do we have personal matters?
I thought, do you consider election to be?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep,
Yes.
that's right. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Take us into the executive session.
Hello, my name's Laura Kowalski, the Director of Recreation Services. This presentation includes a quarterly update on the department's activities and planned activities coming in the following quarter. This is the summer update. We take a look at our recreation pass statistics, which has greatly increased with the change for member recreation passes to be included in the annual assessment. We'll look at each of the departments and what their updates are for this quarter 2 and a look ahead to quarter 3. A thank you to the Friends of Reston, and then information on our implementation plan from the community survey. The Recreation Pass Sales update through June 15th of this year includes a comparison from 23 to 24. For member adult and child passes, in 2023, there was a total of 13,674 passes purchased. With the change, with recreation passes now included in the annual assessment, in 2024, we have seen member adult and child passes grow to 19,894 passes activated. Non-member sales in 2023 included 623 packages. In 2024, that number is now 497. We are so pleased that this summer all 15 outdoor pools are open, with the exciting return of Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood pools that have been under renovation. At the recent grand reopening for Lake Thoreau Pool, there were 450 participants who enjoyed a pre-look of the pool before opening. Shadowwood Pool held its grand reopening on the 15th of June, and it did not disappoint. We hope that you will make your way to one of these newly renovated facilities for you, our Reston members. The American Red Cross has updated their certification program. We are working to update all of our lifeguards for this new certification program throughout the summer, hosting over 20 classes. As of June 1st, we have an 82% retention rate for our lifeguards returning from last season. And overall for the department is 74% retention rate for all positions, which includes instructors, seasonal maintenance, and desk attendants. Our registration is well underway for swim lessons, water fitness, and rentals. And our scholarships are available for the Friends of Reston for swim lessons, lifeguard certifications, and swim lesson instructor certifications for those that are under 18. Our tennis department kicked off this year with our Reston team tennis with 16 teams. Our junior and adult program registrations are going well with 239 juniors and 135 adults. The renovations at the clay courts are underway, and we will see 15 USTA junior and adult tournaments this year. The Reston Leagues began in mid-April, and June 8th we hosted a mixed nuts 3.0 to 3.5 tennis tournament with 16 teams in attendance. Coming soon in the third quarter, RA will host the Simon Cup again in September. Barton Hill courts are closing for renovation starting July 1st, and we will continue with our junior and adult classes through the summer. Reston Association's pickleball update from the second quarter included 138 adult participants and 15 junior players. The Autumnwood courts are open for play and continue to be very popular, with over 150 players a day enjoying the courts. We do remind everyone that a recreation pass or coming with a guest is required to play at any Reston Association facility. We hosted a professional pickleball registry teaching certification and hired additional instructor from the course. The pro shop is open for business, and a pickleball tournament and classes will continue through the third quarter. Reston Camps has been in operation for 50 years. Our overall enrollment for this year of 2,138 participants exceeds the overall enrollment from last year. In addition, we have 26 children that are currently registered for camps through a scholarship program with funding from the Friends of Reston to support these campers. Join us at this 50th staff reunion on Saturday, July 27th from 4 to 8 p.m. at Browns Chapel Park. You can scan the QR code below or visit our website for more information. We hope you'll join us this summer for boat rentals or classes at the Lake Ann Dock and pop-ups at Lake Audubon Boat Ramp. We open Memorial Day weekend for programming and rentals, and we'll hope to see you at the lake this summer. Our volunteers were very busy in this second quarter with lots of opportunities for engagement. At Reston's Founders Day, volunteers collected 9 full bags of trash at Lake Ann Plaza. Over 30 volunteers came out to celebrate Reston's Arbor Day at the Polo Recreation Area, removing a full truckload of invasives and planted 50 trees, including a 7-foot white oak ceremonial tree. Our watershed team collected 85 pounds of trash along with ATPCO from the Polo Recreation Area, and we were so pleased to honor our Youth and Volunteer of the Year awards at the annual meeting. Jane Brom was the recipient of our 2023 Volunteer of the Award, and Anna Najafi was the recipient of our Youth Volunteer of the Year award. In addition, we've had 100 community volunteers participate in the Potomac River watershed cleanup, collecting over 400 pounds of litter. 57 volunteers participated in the Walker Nature Center Spring Festival. We have volunteers from Apple come out and spruce up the Nature Center's trail with a fresh layer of wood chips and some native plants. Our environmental resources team kicked off and hosted the first Habitat Heroes of the Year. And our volunteers participated in events such as the Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood Pool grand reopening. Please join us by volunteering. We have great upcoming events such as the Ferry Festival, the 60th anniversary of Reston's Pool Party, Cardboard Boat Regatta, and the Multicultural Festival coming up in the third quarter. A very special thank you from Reston Association to the Friends of Reston, our 501c3, for their continued support for Reston Association members. So far this year, the following programs have been issued as a fundraising activity for this group. Youth scholarships for youth programming to include swimming, camp, tennis, pickleball, and nature. The return of Reston Association's Adopt a Bench program, and funding for the new electric vehicle station at the Walker Nature Education Center. If you're interested in donating, please visit and donate today at friendsofreston.org. Events had a wonderful second quarter. We had with trips to the Kennedy Center and local wineries, our 29th year of our monthly senior movie day, which averages 250 participants per month, kicked off. Our community yard sale attracted 2,300 shoppers. We had a variety of programs such as tea and painting, an appraisal roadshow, jigsaw puzzle and lunch events, and the grand reopenings of Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood Pool, with over 450 attendees at Lake Thoreau. Movies in the park and private movie rentals for the local schools continued, and coming up in this third quarter, we look forward to dog paddles, dive-in movies poolside, our Totally Truck event at our Central Services facility for its 24th year, sponsored by the Friends of Reston, National Night Out collaboration with the Fairfax County Police Department, our 60th anniversary of Reston Pool Party on July 20th at Lake Newport Pool from 4 to 7, Yoga in the Park. The community yard sale is scheduled for September 28th, and we'll see a trip to Toby's Dinner Theater and more. Please visit our website to register for these events. These next slides include an update for the action steps for the implementation of the 2023 community survey conducted last summer. The biggest initiative last summer was the community survey. The survey was open for members to provide input into the development of Reston Association's next 10-year facility plan. We saw over 1,700 responses, surpassing the turnout in past surveys. The results are posted on the Reston Association website, and updates will be provided to the public quarterly on progress. This executive summary provides insights to the key findings by RA members who have indicated they greatly value pathways and pools and would like to keep and maintain existing facilities open, but with expanded hours, especially pools. One of the key findings is that members who use Reston Association's parks and recreation facilities are most satisfied with RA and the related value of their assessment. A staff action is that staff will conduct a review of operating hours for all recreation facilities to ensure responsiveness to the survey where possible. This will be completed in the first quarter of this year. As you can see with the action steps, this is well underway. In January, staff completed a review of the community survey section on hours of operation and use. We developed a process for reviewing the current schedule to compare it to community survey findings and preferred times that members would like to use the facilities, and finalize the opportunities for responsiveness in a report. This March, we are working with Reston Association departments and external organizations on a schedule change. Working with the communications department on edits and marketing for the new schedule for the website, print, and social media material. This April, we will present the findings to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee through an information session. We will post on the Reston Association website and promote to the recreation pass holders through a variety of tactics. One of the key findings in the community survey is that members are far more interested in maintaining and in some cases expanding usage opportunities for our current parks and recreation facilities than they are in investing in new ones. The staff action plan to support this is to review the existing capital improvement plan to ensure facility maintenance projects are planned for recreation facilities. The action steps to support this included, in January, staff reviewing the existing capital plan and identifying those projects to support the survey results. In February, releasing an RFP for the 2024 reserve study. In March, finalizing a contract and awarding that service. And then in April, beginning the work on the reserve study itself. We anticipate in July presenting the completed results to the Fiscal Committee and Board of Directors. Another key finding is that RA pools are used by almost 7 out of 10 members. They are the second most frequently used type of facility, and they're also widely valued. A staff action to help support this area is to explore credit card point of sale at all pool facilities and exploring other e-commerce opportunities such as Venmo, PayPal, or others. The action steps to work towards this exploration has been to have an internal team identified for the project, identify action steps for project exploration to include existing and alternative point of sale options, on-site testing, which includes pools, high traffic court locations, Lake Ann, Browns Chapel, and other locations, an evaluation of the site testing and training process, and then staff training on those applications that have been identified. In April, we employed an application identified for point of sale and continued that evaluation. And then this June, we provided initial sales at our Lake Thoreau pool, a Reston Farm Market, and Craft Fair. We'll continue the evaluation and refinement and further deployment at additional facilities throughout the summer. Thank you for listening. We look forward to seeing you around Reston this summer.
Hi, this is Ed Vroom, RA CFO with the May 2024 financial report. Starting with the dashboard, for the period ending May 31st, 2024, the association's cash position remains strong. Revenue is slightly above budget and operating expenses are 5% below budget as the association continues to recruit for 10 budgeted open full-time positions. Moving on to revenues led by assessments, which represent 89% of total revenue year to date. Revenues from non-assessment programs and services are 2% better than the budget and 1% below the first 5 months of last year, with aquatics revenues being down 41% due to the shift to the free recreation passes. The next slide shows member versus non-member revenues for each area under recreation. With the free rec passes this year, member revenues are down 179K or 26%, with non-member revenue up 15%. Total recreation revenue is down 10%. Note that there's a portion of the revenue that is unknown as to whether it's member or non-member. We don't track that in our Sage financial system, so we're trying to pull it from RecTrack, but it's really not being captured in all cases. So we're doing the best we can to split out the member and non-member revenue, but there is a portion of it that's unknown as shown there on the slide. Moving to expenses, functionally, people costs are 9% below budget due to the staffing vacancies, and they're 7% above last year, while our non-people costs are 2% over budget and 23% over last year. Non-people costs are impacted by some unbudgeted anti-casino advocacy costs and by additional outsourced IT costs and pool maintenance costs due to staffing vacancies, which more than offset the higher non-people costs. Collectively, department operating expenses are 13% above the same period last year, but they're 5% below the budget. Moving to the balance sheet, cash available to fund operations and meet current and future capital project needs remains quite strong. Unrestricted cash totaled $12.3 million as of the end of May, up $687K compared to this time last year. Restricted cash, composed of RRF and CARF cash and investments, the CAP fund, and deferred compensation, totaled $11.8 million, which is $161K below this time last year. Capital assets grew by $3.6 million net of accumulated depreciation on a year-over-year basis, as the associate acquired new assets, replaced existing capital assets, and renewed essential amenities. Except for the lease on the headquarters building, RA has no external long-term debt. The association's short-term debt consists of accounts payable and accrued expenses associated with personnel costs. The next slide shows our operating cash over the last few years. Per the policy, the new operating cash policy, it calls for us to maintain unrestricted cash equal to 1 to 2 months worth of expenses. RA ended 2023 with just under 2 months worth of expenses, so per the policy, no actions to be taken since it's within 1 to 2 months. Last, moving to capital, as of the end of May, RA had a total of restricted cash and investments of $7.2 million, $6.8 million in RRF funds, and $369K in CARF funds. To date in 2024, a total of $1.5 million has been spent, with an estimated additional $3.4 million in budgeted projects to be completed in 2024 and beyond. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Cam Adams, the Director of Covenants Administration, and along with Megan McCosey, our Community Outreach Manager, we will be providing our second cluster outreach update of 2024. We are excited to announce the Drainage 101 event hosted on Tuesday, April 30th was a great success. With 110 attendees in a hybrid environment, members were educated by our partners at the Northern Virginia Soil Water Conservation District, the RA Watershed Team, and the Covenants Department. Topics of education included identifying common drainage and erosion projects, best practices in the field, resources such as grants and monies available from the county, and how the Covenant staff can support members either through enforcement or the design review process. We recorded the event and it is posted on the RA website under the Property Owners Resources tab or directly linked in this presentation. One of our other outreach opportunities includes our meet and greets, which we host about 4 times each year. Each meet and greet has a topical reference staff believes is important for cluster and condo association leaders to be aware of or have as a resource. As we are recording this presentation, we have scheduled our 3rd annual meet and greet legal seminar, which is conducted in partnership with Chadwick Washington, RA Special Counsel. This legal seminar is to be hosted virtually on Monday, June 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. and will have topics ranging from Virginia legislative updates that may affect community associations as of July 1st when laws go into effect, governance and roles and responsibilities of boards, staff, and members, and some additional information on the Corporate Transparency Act. The recording and the presentation of the slides will be made available on the RA website on or before Thursday, June 26, 2024, for any member to watch and enjoy. The video will also be made available via the link in the presentation on June 26. As we mentioned, the legal seminar will go into details regarding the Corporate Transparency Act, or CTA, but we will provide some additional context to be sure the information is on the forefront of cluster and condominium associations watching or might be unaware. The Anti-Money Laundering Corporate Transparency Act was approved by Congress in 2021. This act intends to detect and report suspicious activity, including predicate offenses to money laundering and terrorist finance, to facilitate tracking money that has been sourced through criminal or terrorist activity to safeguard the national security and the financial system of the United States. Unfortunately, this act applies to corporations, also inclusive of community associations, that have less than $5 million in assets and fewer than 20 employees. Community associations that do not meet the threshold will have the responsibility to file information with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN. That information will be filed on an annual basis and include the following: 1. The business association name. 2. Legal name of board members, birth date, home address, and other identifying number from a driver's license, state ID, or passport. 4. Identity of those individuals with substantial control over financial report of the association. And 5. Any changes, corrections, or additions that are to be submitted within 30 days of that change. The current filing deadline for existing corporations or associations is January 1st, 2025. Filing is not yet open as of this recording. Association boards need to be aware that there are penalties for non-compliance with reporting to FinCEN. Those penalties include fines of $500 per day or criminal penalties of up to a $10,000 fine, as well as up to 24 months in prison. As of March 1st, a federal court ruled that CTA was unconstitutional, and the federal government is going through the appeals process on overturning that decision. As of now, all associations should be aware of the Corporate Transparency Act, familiarizing your board members' membership with the requirements, and consulting with their counsel to better understand the direct or specific implications which the association and membership should be aware. There are a few lawsuits from other associations being filed in the court systems, and this situation is continuing to evolve. On a much lighter note, the Covenants team continues to support our sub-associations with educational opportunities. Our Cluster Connect newsletter is our main driver of information which we believe association leaders should be aware of and reviewing. Our next editions come out on July 16th, September 4th, and the last one of the year will be on November 5th. If you aren't subscribed, please reach out to the team. Show and Tells continue to be a win for our team in fostering relationships with cluster and condominium association leaders. In fact, we are beginning to spread this outreach to our apartment owners and have already met with members of the Town Center Townhomes to help support them and provide them information and all of the resources available to RA members. We will continue our outreach to apartments, starting with the county-owned communities. We continue to find creative ways to connect with our condominium association leaders and look forward to showcasing our Condo Corner in our Cluster Connect newsletter. Cluster leaders will have additional opportunity to connect with one another and receive education or support on various topics with our Meet and Greet series, which will continue in August, October, and wrapping up the end of the year in November. Looking ahead, we are glad to share the Cluster Directory was delivered earlier this year in Q1 and has been updated twice per month since its arrival. We continue to receive updates on changes to cluster leaders and public contact information and find ways to ensure most associations have public contact information available on our directory. Our team is working hard to update some of our standard operating procedures to better serve members going through the DRB application process. So we hope to deliver improved communication in our application processing and establishing a sample application library for members to reference as they begin to consider submitting applications for standard types of applications. This guidance tool will be sure to help members understand what should be included in their applications. We are looking forward to working with our communications team and having a new website before the end of the year and making available a forum in which cluster leaders and condo leaders will be able to engage with one another and information share. Stay tuned for that rollout. Thank you for listening, and as always, if any member has questions or is looking for support from either myself, Megan, or our team, please reach out to us. We would love to assist.
Hello, I'm Chris Shoemaker, Director of Capital Projects for Resident Association. I'm here to give you a brief update on second quarter projects for 2024. For more information on any projects presented tonight, please reference the Capital webpage at reston.org. Here you can find an interactive map that shows project descriptions, locations, as well as status. We also have individual project pages for major projects, including Barton Hill, Glade Tennis, and others. Here's an overview of project status for second quarter of 2024. 21 projects have been completed, 14 are in progress, 2 are on hold, 1 has been carried forward to 2025, and 33 projects are scheduled to start later this year. The 2 projects on hold are the Reston carpet replacement and painting and the Lake Ann Trail connection. For Reston carpet replacement, due to developing information on the future of the HQ building, we're placing this project on temporary hold with possible cancellation and evaluating options for spot repairs and replacements. Should we remain in this building beyond 2030, carpet and floor replacements will be required as they'll be over 20 years old. The Lake Ann Trail connection will be discussed further in the next slide. The one project on carry forward to 2025 is the Uplands filtration system that will coincide with a larger system replacement next year. The first project highlight is the Lake Ann pathway installation. As part of this year's CIP, the construction of a connecting pathway from North Shore Drive to Lake Ann parking lot area was proposed out of the CARF budget. A property line survey was conducted in April as the first step in design of the new walkway, and the survey resulted in determining that most of the proposed walkway is not within RA-owned property. It further determined that multiple utilities and trees would be impacted from the work, and therefore this project is currently on hold and pending further guidance from the board. The next project highlight is the completion of the North Hills Pavilion project. This project was completed on schedule and on budget. We installed an ADA accessible parking and pathway to the pavilion and playground areas, an ADA accessible grill station and seating, new bike racks, a new pavilion lighting system that will reduce energy consumption and maintenance, and conversion of the grill areas to enhance seating and meet fire code requirements. You can see some of the completed images to the right. The next project highlight is the footbridge replacements of 60 and 64 that you can see in the image to the right and the 2 red arrows. We anticipate installation sometime later this year, and temporary crossings or detours will be established during the work and communications sent to the community in advance of the project start. The next major project update is the Glade Tennis renovation. This project is underway and progressing on budget and ahead of schedule. The subsurface irrigation system and clay surface installations are complete, and the lighting and fencing systems are also nearing completion. You can see progress of that on the right images. The next steps are reconstruction of the entrance and storage areas, as well as backfill and final cleanup before we are prepared for reopening. Now for some major project updates, starting with Barton Hill Tennis. Following a community site meeting, the final details of the scope have been refined and updated, and a contract is pending board of approval before starting construction. A DRB application is also in process for the installation of the court curbs surrounding the site that you can see in the images to the right. A VDOT entrance permit is also in process for the temporary construction entrance and exit onto Barton Hill Road. We anticipate construction starting this summer, being completed by spring of 2025. The courts will be closing for construction starting on June 30th and will reopen once the project is completed. The next major project is Shadowwood Pool. The project is at substantial completion and had a successful grand reopening on June 15th. Non-critical items will be addressed after the season end, including repaving of the entrance area and additional landscaping around the site. The project is anticipated completed below the approved budget of $1.1 million. The next major project update is Hook Road Park. The county site plan and DRB Phase 1 approvals have been obtained, and the RFP was released for Phase 1, but did not receive any proposals. There is a consideration of delaying this project until 2025 to coincide it with Phase 2, which includes the bathroom pavilion that you can see in the below image. This may generate more interested contractors due to economies of scale, but will require final engineering and approvals on bathroom pavilion prior to construction. Now we'll look ahead to projects in the third quarter, starting off with the 2024 reserve study. The site inspections have been completed, and the contractors have not noted any major concerns. The initial schedule of components is being assembled, and we're preparing for internal review of the first draft. The final draft is anticipated to be presented to the Fiscal Committee and the Board in July. We're also starting the third phase of document scanning here at headquarters and at CSF, where we are continuing to digitize the department files for archiving and easier access. We'll also be starting multi-purpose court refurbishments at Twin Branches and Bantana, as you can see in the right image, the two arrows. Now for a capital snapshot report on the 2024 budget. Of the just over $4.9 million, $1.475 million has been executed, with another $3.39 million left to spend. We're currently forecasting a positive variance of just over $42,000. There are several large projects that are underway and anticipated to have progression or final invoicing in the next quarter, including Glade Tennis, Shadowwood Pool, and Barton Hill Tennis. The negative variances have thus far been offset by positive variances on other projects, keeping the overall CIP within budget. If you have any questions, comments, or want more information on a project, please contact the Capital Projects Department at capitalprojects@reston.org. Leave a message on the Capital Hotline at 703-435-6556, or visit the Capital webpage at reston.org. Thank you.
Hi, I am Cam Adams, the Director of Covenants Administration here at Reston Association, and I am pleased to share with you DRB 101, which is intended to provide a high-level overview of the Reston Association Design Review Board and its process. Reston Association has had a design review board in several ways since inception. The Design Review Board is an independent agency, which in layman's terms means the DRB operates separately from the Reston Association and is not directly under the control of the Reston Association Board of Directors. We'll get into some examples of that later in the presentation. The DRB has a specific mandate to interpret, administer, and render decisions on applications for properties which are subject to the Reston Deed. All powers vested within the DRB are granted by the Reston Association amended deed. In the RA deed, the objectives for design covenants are twofold. One, to promote those qualities in the environment which bring value to the property, and two, to foster the attractiveness and functional utility of the community as a place to live, including harmonious relationship amongst structures, vegetation, and topography. While the Design Review Board is responsible for rendering decisions on applications, they are not able to act as an enforcer. Reston Association is ultimately responsible for the enforcement of the decisions made by the Design Review Board. One unique aspect the deed stipulates is that RA is required to provide adequate funding and staff support for DRB operations. RA does so through the Covenants Administration Department. We have 20 full-time employees which help support either directly or indirectly the DRB and the protective covenants of the association. To be a member of the Design Review Board, you must be a Class A member, meaning you must own property within Reston Association. There are a total of 9 positions on the DRB, with each member generally serving a 3-year term. Each DRB member submits a volunteer application, is interviewed, and is ultimately appointed by the RA Board of Directors. In addition to being a Class A member, there are certain criteria that must be met to serve on the DRB. 6 of the 9 positions must be design professionals, meaning they must be a licensed architect, licensed landscape architect, or a land use planner, and have a higher education degree in one of those fields. 3 of the 9 positions need not be a design professional, as previously described, but volunteers can have any type of background. The DRB are unpaid volunteers. There is no compensation nor reimbursement for their licenses or continuing education. The current makeup of the DRB is as follows. We have 4 active architects, 1 planner, 1 landscape architect holding the design professional positions, and for lay members, we have a legal manager, a retired architect, and a civil engineer. We thank them for their continued service to Reston Association. One important aspect of the DRB process is understanding the difference between design guidelines and cluster standards. Design guidelines are ultimately the responsibility of Reston Association's Board of Directors. The design guidelines establish what level of review a modification requires and certain guidance on what is acceptable at that review level. The DRB has a responsibility to interpret the design guidelines and administer them. However, they can only propose to the board changes to the design guidelines, and per resolution, the DRB is required to review the design guidelines every 5 years. Members are encouraged to participate and provide feedback similarly to how the RA board operates. Cluster standards are specific to all sub-associations in Reston Association. They are intended to cover popular, basic, or unique elements within a association. Cluster standards started with the builder original design. Cluster standards are the responsibility of each cluster or condo association within Reston Association. Those association leaders are responsible for creating the standard, submitting the application, and disseminating the standard to their membership. Reston Association's covenant staff is responsible for keeping the record of the decisions and assisting members or the association leadership with questions or navigating the application process. Often, when there is a DRB approved cluster standard, the design guideline may not require an application to be submitted. So clusters are always encouraged to submit or update cluster standards to assist their membership in potentially not being required to submit an application. It is important to note the presence of a cluster standard does not always equate to no application being required. Members must consult both the cluster standard and the applicable design guideline to confirm. An example of this would be for fences. If a cluster has a standard fence design that is approved by the DRB, members must still submit an application to replace fences. This is for many reasons, which include ensuring members are installing the fence within the boundaries of their own lot. As mentioned in a prior slide, Reston Association's design guidelines establish what level of review and modification requires, and certain guidelines on what is acceptable at that review level. There are not many prescribed do's and don'ts or prohibitions outlined in the design guidelines. They are in fact just that, guidelines. Instead, what the design guidelines do is establish if you do X, there is no application necessary. If you do Y, there is a staff or consultation review, or if you do anything beyond Z, it requires a panel or full DRB review. As depicted on the screen, you can see there are technically 5 levels of review which the design guidelines support. They are as follows. The lowest level is no application. In this level, the modification does not require application to be submitted. Depending on the design guideline, the applicant may be required to notify the covenants advisor so they may notate the file with the modification. An example of this would be a roof replacement or a color change which conforms to the cluster standard. The next review level is staff review. The application meets the criteria specified in the applicable design guideline, which allows staff to review and provide decisions to the applicants. This is generally the fastest review level, which requires an application which can be completed in less than 5 business days. The next level above is consultation. In this level, staff drafts the suggested decision and submits the application to the assigned DRB member via email or a meeting, and the DRB member either approves with changes, disapproves, or makes a deferral. It is important to note that generally staff does not put decisions which may be disapprovals on this type of review level, as it only delays members going through the process. The next level above is panel. Staff drafts the suggested decision, and a panel of 3 DRB members, 2 design professionals, and 1 layperson review the applications on a weekly basis. Generally, these meetings are on the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Tuesday of every month at 5:30. Majority of applications processed through RA are reviewed at the panel review level. And the top or highest level of review is the full design review board. At the full DRB, staff does not suggest draft decisions. This review level is generally for much larger or more complex applications or as dictated by the design guideline or a resolution, such as redevelopment projects. This is also the final resting place for appeals of previous level decisions. Before determining review levels in meetings, the Covenant staff has to process the application. Once an application is received to the Covenant's advisor, the advisor checks if the application is completed and signs the application up to a preliminary sign-up document for the anticipated review level. If the application is complete and not missing any information, the next staff member, the design review meeting administrator, reviews and schedules the application for the next available meeting. When checking for completion of an application, the Covenant's team checks the following: the signatures that are required for every application. Every application requires signatures or certified mail notification to 3 properties, or in the case of a cluster, 2 properties and the cluster officer. Photographs, plats, renderings, materials, scope of work, any registered affected parties. The rest and amended deed establishes signature requirement and cannot be revoked without a change to the deed. This requirement is often commented on as problematic by members for many reasons. Covenant staff does check the signatures to ensure signatory of the application is the property owner. Tenants may not sign the applications. Applications with a registered affected party may not be reviewed at the staff or consultation review levels. They must be scheduled to either a panel or a full design review board meeting. Once the application has been confirmed, the applicant and any affected parties receive notice of the meeting date, time, and Zoom credentials, since all DRB meetings are currently held virtually. The DRB receives a copy of each completed application, journal notes for each application being reviewed to include history, circumstance, prior applicable approvals, etc., and a staff suggested decision for consultation and panel meetings. It is important to note the DRB's evaluation of applications could be concurrent but is separate from any review and evaluation from any other governmental entity, meaning unless unique circumstances exist or required by the DRB in their decision, approval or permits from Fairfax County Architectural Review Board or any other governmental entity is not required to be considered by or submitted to the Design Review Board. However, all of the decisions rendered by Resident Associations DRB include a stipulation making members aware of potential for them to seek approval from other agencies. One of the more fascinating facts is that the DRB has an average of approximately 95 meetings per year, which includes consultations, panel, and full board meetings. If there is a need for a work session or other type of meeting, this is not included in that total. Applications are scheduled to meetings on a rolling basis. Though there is standing meeting every Tuesday, submitting the application on a Wednesday afternoon does not equate to making the meeting on Tuesday in the following week. Most consultation or panel meetings have approximately 15 to 25 applications per week, which is solely dependent on the complexity of the request. For example, a complex home addition or multiple registered affected parties can consume almost 1 hour of time. So the DRB does try to limit the number of applications scheduled so the meetings do not go until midnight. Meetings of the full DRB generally will be limited to no more than 5 applications for the same reasons as noted previously. Of course, there are unique circumstances, but as applications are completed and confirmed to a meeting, once the capacity for that meeting is filled, staff will begin scheduling to the next available meeting. For example, using the calendar in the slide, if a member submits an application on Wednesday, July 3rd, some members will imagine they would be able to make the July 9th or July 16th meeting. However, they have missed the notification requirements for the July 9th meeting or could have already been at capacity, and the July 16th meeting is a full DRB meeting, but their deck and fence application does not rise to the level of a full DRB review level. Therefore, they are being scheduled for either the July 23rd or the July 30th meeting, depending on space availability. The summer months are generally the months in which meetings fill up fast. As of now, all DRB meetings are held virtually, as previously noted. Based on the resolution, decisions of the DRB at panel and full DRB are not final until a week after the meeting, when the formal decision letter is sent to the applicant and any registered affected parties. Most DRB applications receive favorable decisions well within the 60-day time frame in which the deed provides the DRB to render a decision on a completed application. Once a decision is rendered and provided to the applicant or affected party, if applicable, there is an opportunity for either party to submit an appeal. Appeals must be made within 7 business days from the date of a decision letter. The emphasis is on the date from the decision letter, not the date of the decision was made. Applications reviewed at panel or full DRB can be appealed by either the applicant or the registered affected party. So here's a breakdown of appeals per review level. For staff decisions, the applicant must submit a written request but does not need to provide a reason. Once received, the request will be scheduled to the next available panel meeting. For consultation decisions, the applicant must submit a written request but does not need to provide misapplied guideline or new information to submit an appeal. Once received, the appeal request will be scheduled to the next available panel meeting. It is worthy of noting the DRB member who rendered the consultation level decision may not vote on the appeal but can participate in the discussion if the application is scheduled to a panel that they are also assigned to. For panel decisions, the applicant or affected party must submit a written request and must provide whether there is a misapplied guideline or new information not available at the original review to submit an appeal. Once received, the appeal request will be scheduled to the next available full DRB meeting. It is worthy of noting all 3 DRB panel members who render the panel level decision may not vote on the appeal, but can participate in the discussion when the appeal is considered by the full design review board, meaning all 9 members. For full DRB decisions, the applicant or affected party must submit a written request and must provide whether there was a misapplied guideline or new information not available at the original review to submit an appeal. Once received, the appeal request will be scheduled to the next available full DRB meeting. It is worthy of noting in decisions all DRB members are eligible to vote on whether or not to accept an appeal or not. If at any level an appeal is accepted, an application is reviewed de novo, as if it were never reviewed before. If an appeal is denied, the original or previous decision stands. It is important to note there is no opportunity for members or affected parties to appeal to the RA Board of Directors. Once an application for appeal underwent the entire due process, the final decision of the DRB rests. There is one exception in cases of a tie vote on an appeal heard by the full design review board only. The appellant may further appeal to the RA Board of Directors within 7 business days of the decision letter. Unlike many other associations across the country, Reston Association has a unique process in which Class A members who are materially impacted can register in advance of the review of the application and request what we call affected party status. The process of registering and criteria for an affected party is described in Resolution 10. Those property owners seeking to register as an affected party must either sign the application and indicate their reason for requesting affected party status within 5 business days, or must request affected party status at least 2 business days prior to the meeting date if reviewed at a panel or full DRB meeting. As previously mentioned, if there is a registered affected party, the application is not eligible for staff or consultation review and must go to a panel or full DRB meeting. Members are not permitted to submit blanket statements to register as an affected party. As such, a member may not request affected party status on any future application submitted for a specific property address. It must be in response to a submitted or pending application. Once an affected party status is approved by the Design Review Board using specific criteria, the affected party has the right to be heard, will be notified of decisions, submitted appeals, or subsequent reviews of the application, and may appeal decisions made by the Design Review Board, as outlined in the earlier portion of this presentation. In 2023, to provide more flexibility, interested party status was created for property owners or members who are not able to register as an affected party or tenants who cannot be affected parties. Similarly, benefits are available to those who request interested party status, with the exception of appealing decisions made by the Design Review Board. That ability is solely for registered affected parties. As mentioned in the previous slide, the Design Review Board has criteria to review eligibility for requests for affected party status. However, the only group the DRB cannot deny affected party status to is the Resident Association Board of Directors. At the December 17, 2020 RA Board of Directors meeting, the board unanimously approved a motion to direct staff to register as an affected party on all applications reviewed at panel or full board. This stemmed from concerns related to ensuring the Design Review Board was making decisions which not only aligned with the design guidelines, but also the DRB approved cluster standards. As such, the Director of Covenants Administration represents the Reston Association Board of Directors when submitting an affected party statement. The status is very seldom ever used, but when it is due to one of the following reasons. One, a request of the RA Board of Directors through the CEO. Two, at the discretion of the Covenant's director in cases where there is a clear grounds of misapplied guideline or cluster standard, or new information not available at the time of the original review of the application. Or three, in consultation with general or special counsel and/or the CEO. Since 2020, the Covenant's director has appealed 3 decisions made by the Design Review Board using the affected party status. All the appeals were accepted, and the applications were reviewed de novo. The DRB is important to the RA community. While one of the more well-known pain points of resident association members is going through the design review board process, submitting applications, and waiting for an answer, over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, we believe that the narrative is changing, that the DRB process is not as painful as it used to be, and we continue to evaluate, with the support of the design review board, how to improve members' experience as they navigate the application process. One selling point to the DRB process is that there is a reason the deed requires 6 of the 9 DRB members to be a licensed architect, landscape architect, or planner. And putting it simply, members receive free professional advice and recommendations on their applications because of these requirements. Covenant staff often hears from members that they perceive the DRB process as a benefit as opposed to a detriment, or a group that not always says no. In fact, in 2023, the DRB's record reflects 93% of applications submitted were approved. Since members of the DRB are RA owners, they want to protect the Reston community. Not only do they review projects on individual property, but they also review projects of large scale, such as redevelopment, like in the Reston Town Center North or Tall Oaks Village Center, and applications for all non-residential properties which are on the RA covenanted property. Beyond that, the DRB often works closely to assist members in various ways, including but not limited to serving on their own cluster condominium associations boards, or even on the Fairfax County Architectural Review Board, providing support to association members independently with best practices in their respective fields, such as providing appropriate vegetation replacements, or meeting with condo or cluster association leaders and assisting them in identifying products available on the market or with their design standards. Thank you so much for giving our team an opportunity to shed some light on the design review board process. This slide provides references to the resources such as the governing documents and resolutions applicable to the process and procedures for the design review board. Additionally, the last bullet provides a direct link where DRB meeting packages and minutes are housed on the RA website. If you have any questions, feel free to call or email cov@reston.org or 703-435-6530.
President, I move that the Resident Association Board of Directors certify to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personnel matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during the executive session.
Need a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank
Mr.
you.
President, Mr. President, I move that the Board of Directors extend the meeting to 11:15. Hopefully, we can get
Yes.
out of here faster.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
passes. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement, to approve the contract with Tennis Courts, Inc. for the tennis renovation services in the not-to-exceed amount of $704,854.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Dodd? Thank you.
Aye.
Approved. Passes.
Mr. President, I move that with regard to the legal committee recommendation regarding LARCA, that the matter be continued for a period of 90 days. 90 days, and that the staff act with regard to this matter in the means discussed in the executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the legal committee recommendation. What's the name of that joint? Charter Oaks?
Charter Oaks, yep.
That the board approve the recommendation of the legal committee with regard to the Charter Oaks property.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
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 It's unanimous.
Unanimous?
I think that's all we have coming out of executive session, unless I forgot something. Is that it?
I have a question for council. Was there a second motion on the legal committee? No, thank you.
It was an either or.
Either, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Point of clarification?
Yes.
We approved the remaining legal, we did not pull the entire legal committee.
just those two.
Just those
Just
two.
those
Thank
two.
you.
Thank
The
you.
rest of them have already been approved
Yep.
as a consent item agenda.
Yep.
Mr. President, I move that the board adopt the draft agenda for the July 11th, 2024 meeting as presented in the board package.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
Seconded? Discussion?
I will second, but I would like to discuss.
Discussion, please.
I would like to add, and I leave it up to the discretion of the board as to whether they would like to have this dealt with in the July 11th meeting or the second meeting in July. And that is that the Lakes Equity Working Group would like to render a sort of status report to the board with regard to where it is presently, and also ask for an extension of time. And it will present a written document supporting both of those aspects.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to delete the Elections Committee discussion and to replace it with the Lakes Equity Working Group. It's my understanding that the Elections Committee is going to have a further meeting on elections in the middle of July. And so we can drop, with unanimous consent of the body, we can drop the Elections Committee and put the Lake Equity Group in the middle of, yeah, that happened on Tuesday.
That's right.
If there's no objection, Mr.
No,
President, we can make that
and hear
change.
no objection. Any objection? I hear no objections. That's unanimous. Thank you.
I would ask for unanimous consent to add, that was an easy one you had, John. To add under item G and push the rest of the letters down, to add a agenda item on programs that we're expecting to receive a memo of shortly, and will go to the fiscal committee mid-month. So we should have their recommendations to staff's recommendations relating to the programming memo that we're about to receive.
That would be after the Lake Equity Group presentation?
Yes, but before budget suggestions.
I,
Is
I-
there an objection?
So
that was not
question.
clear to me. Can you, that was not clear to me. Could you clarify, please?
Mac, what are you naming the memo that you're sending? I sent you an email and you said you'll get the memo this Friday. You were supposed to have it, but you don't have it on your board agenda. What is that a program, a new programs memo for the budget?
That's right. That memo is meant to be an informational item that leads into the August session. So, and your budget calendar contemplates that going out this week. It'll probably go out in about 45 minutes, would be my guess. And so it identifies a number of different budget variables that are moving its way through the system. The other thing that I would just mention, the member suggestion process is scheduled for the July 11th meeting. That's going to take up a bunch of time. Swapping out the elections for the Lake Equity Working Group probably is a wash in terms of timing, but the member suggestions will be a big time.
Jennifer, would you be amenable to putting that in, like using the CEO having a line in the CEO update that refers to this budget CEO memo, and that way you could ask questions about it at that time?
So in the budget process, staff are to come up with new programs that they anticipate putting in a future year. Those new programs run through fiscal. Fiscal gives recommendations. The board then has to make a decision as to whether to move them forward or not. So that there are some years in which staff say, we're not going to add any new programs, no decision. What I felt like I was hearing is that staff is going to recommend new programs. We have to decide whether they go in the budget or not before the first draft of the budget. So whenever you guys want to do that, first half of the July, second half of July, but somehow we have to do that before we get draft one of the budget.
I think I can answer the first question because you're about to get the memo. We are not proposing any new programs. I think the larger philosophical thing is the budget calendar doesn't contemplate the decision point that you're describing. What it does contemplate is working what things that we think are going to be necessary to run the whole company and keeping you all aware of what those things are so they're not just happening like in a vacuum, and moving into the August session to merge these things together as compared to yes, no decisions all the way down a list.
Mr.
Director
President,
Jones.
I agree with Director Jones.
That's what Dave Kerr was asking about at fiscal. That is what he's expecting. So if you guys are not on the same page, but that is what we have been getting for years.
So, Mr. President,
Please.
I have to agree with Director Juszczyk and Mr. Cummins. If there's no intention to add an additional program, swell. But the anticipation on the part of fiscal and the anticipation, if we read this, it was an anticipation that if there was a new program, we'd give you a green light to include it in the budget. And so if there is no program to come forward, God bless, we don't need the memo. We just didn't want it to find its way into a budget without the board saying, yeah, this is a program we want to add. That's all we're trying to accomplish here.
Right.
So if there is no such program, then there's nothing for us to worry about.
Then we're good.
I hear you. I think I'll want to revisit that when we talk about the process next year, because having that decision in a total vacuum doesn't make a ton of sense.
Okay.
I mean,
Mr. President,
Yep.
Okay, then I'm going to remove my unanimous consent request, and I will ask Jalal and Mac to get together and work out what we're doing at the end of July.
Thank you. That works. Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. President, we need to adopt the agenda, and we need you to help.
You have to be at work.
I understand. Can we vote on it?
Yes, please do.
I moved to adopt the agenda, and I got a second, I believe.
yeah.
So can we call the vote on the agenda?
Yes.
As amended.
As amended.
As amended.
Thank you. Discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to abstain.
Aye.
Good night.
Well, we got,
2, 3, 4.
we have it.
Yeah,
Fine.
we have it.
We have 5.
Yep.
We got fine. We're good.
Thank you.
Before we adjourn, Mr. President, with 200 member budget suggestions, I don't want to do what we did last month.
I agree with you.
If we have to, one way I've seen it done effectively is we go down the list, and if somebody has a concern about a budget item or a concern about a recommendation, they ask for a hold. And then we act on all the ones that aren't held. That takes care of 2/3, 3/4, and then we come back and look at the holds. But in order for that to work, we need line items on a hard copy, so that we can then say, I want to hold on this item, I want to hold on that item, and then we can adopt all the other items and come back to the ones that have a hold on them. And I'm not trying to tell you how to run the meeting.
I understand. I
Mr.
appreciate your input. I think the message
I've
to
just
staff
seen-
is please
I've
make
just-
it easy.
I've just seen that process be most effective in taking a large number of items through a body of this size.
I agree. Thank you.
And if you want to do it differently, Mr. President, I'm happy to have you do that. But I just think the train wreck we had last month was just something we don't want to repeat.
Again, I'll just ask Mac, Ed, and Peter, let's work together. Let's just make it easy for the board to at least go through this. We don't want pain.
Yeah, guidance on how to prepare would be wonderful.
Yes. Okay. Any other business before us? Hearing none, meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.